Right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Cgcsa and ENS Annual Legal Seminar. My name is Jocelyn Katz. I head up the competition practice of ENS, and we're very happy to have you here this morning. Just a moment of your time for me, just to tell you a little bit about the origin of this event. This is actually our 11th annual seminar. It started out as a very small idea to just, bring together some of the ENS experts in their field and impart the knowledge to the Cgcsa's members. Once a year, give a sort of an update on big legal things that were happening in the market. And it's grown into what is really now a brilliant event that I know many of you look forward to in your annual calendar. So you are very welcome. We're very happy to have you here. I think, no doubt, you are looking forward to an amazing selection of topics. Each year we do a different range of topics, and I hope this year's selection is interesting and educational for you. With those very, very brief remarks, I would like to introduce you to Cgcsa. She's the CEO of the Cgcsa. She is also going to say a few introductory remarks, and then we'll kick off with the day. So welcome and enjoy.
Thank you, Jocelyn, and good morning, everyone. As Jocelyn has introduced me, my name is Cgcsa, the CEO of the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa. So this has been an exciting 11 years for us. I've been with the Cgcsa around the same time. I think I've been with the Cgcsa since 2013, so it's 11 years. So I've been on this journey and I've seen the growth of this seminar. And we really appreciate the partnership that we have had with ENS. And Jocelyn has been such a key partner for us in getting all the strategic partners within ENS, skilled individuals who are experts in their field of law. It's really important for us as an organization to share this with our members because we have to navigate South Africa. South Africa, as it is today, as it has been in the last 10 years, has had a lot of regulatory, legal pitfalls up, and we need to find a guiding light, some sort of a North Star to say, how do we move ahead in this challenging time? So ENS has been that for us as an organization and for our members. The work that we do for our members, we always consult and say, whenever there's challenges, ENS is going to be able to help us. So why we are here today, we want to make sure that as members of ENS, or maybe not members for ENS, customers of ENS and members of the Cgcsa, as well as GSA in South Africa. So we have a key lease agreement with GS1 Global because we issue barcode. We know in the country now, right now, we have issues of illicit, we have issues of counterfeit goods, we have issues of transparency of the supply chain. It's really important that you understand what we do. So we issue the barcodes that are on your products, and that's how we're going to be facilitating this. So partner with us, come partner with ENS because they really know this FMCG sector, this services, this all the 21 sectors within South Africa. So I really appreciate the time and the content that you're going to be hearing on today. The experts, thank you so much for the leadership and the guidance that you're going to be already sharing with us. We really appreciate your time. And so please take this time because you're never going to have this free service anytime soon. Ask questions, ask questions, indulge, just probe as far as possible. There's lots of challenges, economic, legal, regulatory pitfalls and understanding of what needs to be done in this country. We have a GNU who has its own objectives, who wants the public sector to, for the first time in our country, to really put in funds. And it's going to be important for us to understand that as a public sector. That's what we're telling our members. Government, we have infrastructure issues with the municipalities, but when we go to the municipalities, they say we don't have money. We had the Ministry of Finances. We have a big deficit in our budget. they want money from the private sector. We need to gear ourselves up. We need to be ready to say, if we want to be able to be sustainable in this country, if we want to be economically viable, if we want to create employment, we need to do these things ourselves. And we are available to help you and guide you in this thing. So thank you so much. And let's have a good day today. Thank you.
Okay. Cool. Okay, we're trying out a new system today, so we're hoping everything goes really well. Good morning, everyone. I am Colin Fratelli Davies. I'm a consultant at ENS in our Natural Resources and Environmental Department. I've been with ENS for 15 years, so also quite a long time, and I remember quite a few of these presentations years back when I was still fairly junior, so it's exciting to be here now that I'm more senior in the team. And today I'm going to be speaking, let's hope this, do I just click? Okay. Oh, wait. Turn it on. Is it on? Oop. Okay. Yes, okay, great. So today I'm going to be speaking about the Climate Change Act as well as ESG, and it's quite a broad subject, and at the moment COP29 is happening in Azerbaijan. So all governments and NGOs and various parties are meeting to work together again on further agreements to obviously cut our emissions. The goal generally is to get to carbon neutrality by 2050, which is quite a task. And we were part of a project run by Oxford University, which I think they did about 70 countries, and they had law firms across the world go through the particular laws in each country and what laws have been put in place or going to be put in place to ensure, yeah? Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry, I have to move. So the project relates to each country, what legislation is being put in place in order for all the countries to reach their nationally determined contributions, their NDCs. And it's an interesting project because how the team explained it to us is that many countries have promised that they will get to carbon neutrality by 2050, but the mechanisms to achieve that are all different in each country. And so it's a really important project to track what each country is doing to ensure that they get to that deadline. And so we looked at the Climate Change Act, which I think as we were doing the project, it was promulgated and signed as an act. And it was really interesting just to see how a lot of the promises are made rely on so many different parties. And you'll see that through this presentation. So as far as impact is concerned for your businesses, it's very much in the hands of other government organizations. And the main message is that in order to ensure that you're not left behind, your companies are not impacted negatively, you have to be aware, and I'm sure many of you already are, of the impacts that your businesses, your products have on people and on the planet, and how to adapt and mitigate any of those impacts. The legislation overseas will impact South Africa. We already have our own legislation that will also require far more from us. Okay, so as I mentioned, I'll go through the Climate Change Act and the way it is dealt with in terms of sectors, and then I'll look at very briefly the greenhouse gas reporting regulations. Don't think none of the members are likely to be reporting in terms of those. It's more your big companies like Eskom and Sasol, that type of those who emit quite a lot of greenhouse gases. And then there will be sectoral carbon budgets, which I'll mention briefly, and then the adaptation and mitigation. And then I think not more importantly, but ESG or environmental social governance gives a lot more flavor for how a lot of these changes will actually impact businesses. Okay, and so I'm just going to highlight again, I'm sure many of you are aware of the many impacts and the changes in climate that we're experiencing. But essentially, environmental risks continue to dominate our landscape. We've had further impacts in KwaZulu-Natal again with the snow quite late in the season, although the Weather Service said that 10 years ago we had snow, so it's not that unusual to have snow so late in the year. But I do think that a lot of the weather changes are evidence of a change in our climate. And extreme weather that has been identified and still continues to happen globally is a true and real risk that we all face. And as I mentioned, the failure to see how changes in weather patterns and other types of changes, how they impact your business, the failure to do that will become a significant risk. And through legislation, especially ESG, it will be required to report on these types of risks and obligations if you aren't reporting on a voluntary basis already. Okay. Next one. Okay. So as I said, the real risks from a climate change perspective can be physical. So from your actual stores, your manufacturing being closed down, water risk is a significant risk in South Africa, just the provision of water, especially in Gauteng, where we already have water restrictions. And I keep on reading headlines saying that it's still an issue. And so just dealing with those for your immediate business is an issue and a risk, and then going down your supply chain as well. So supply chain due diligence and the impacts on those who supply important raw materials or components of your business, it's really important to ensure that they're aware of these risks as well. And often in the supply chain, when you look at, I'm very passionate about sustainable fashion, so I've done a lot of work on that. And because of a fragmented supply chain, many of your suppliers aren't aware of legal risks and obligations. And as a bigger company, you often have to hold their hand and make sure that they understand the impacts, and you're not trying to sort of prevent business or stop working with them. I think it's really a way to join together and find solutions to make sure that suppliers and everyone within your supply chain can adapt to the changes. Okay, and transition risks as well. So from the changes in regulation, so the Climate Act is a perfect example of a transition risk. And I'll go through some of the impacts from that. And again, overseas, Europe with their Green Deal, they have, I think it's about 7 to 9 programs. Each program in itself has a number of action plans and legislation and directives that filter through into various aspects. And so that just kind of sketches an example of how much regulation is going to filter down, again, if you're exporting, but in South Africa, we often follow what is happening overseas. So I think in the next couple of years, we'll see similar legislation coming into our area. And then from a liability and disclosure of your risks, so insurance, I'm sure insurance companies, I've seen some interesting clauses just on extreme weather events and changes. So all of those risks are already happening from a liability and insurance perspective. And so again, you just have to equip yourself and see how you can work around some of those issues. I saw an interesting article, the Fashini group were saying they're trying to sort of get ahead of Shein and Temu by supplying their products as quickly as they can. And a simple thing that they've done is ensuring that their stores where, I think their depots where they pack their orders, they have added solar panels and water tanks just in case there is a disruption in the supply of those services, because that would have a knock-on effect to their clients and to their promise to, I think, same day or next day delivery. So it's simple things like that, actions that you can implement just to adapt and mitigate the changes that we face. Okay, so the Climate Change Act, this is the boring, very legal part, so don't stay with me, please. But we've highlighted the difference between the mitigation aspects and the adaptation aspects. And I'll get to the technical definition, but adaptation is essentially just adapting to the changes that we anticipate. So how are you preparing your business for the changes to come? How are you preparing for decarbonization and that type of thing? And so when we look at the Act, it has provisions for the purpose. Things like provide for a coordinated and integrated response by the economy and society to climate change and its impacts in accordance with the principles of cooperative governance. So as I said at the start, this act requires quite a lot of policies, programs, and it is very interconnected between the different departments and spheres of government, even before it gets to the private sector. So it's quite a lot of work. I'm not sure if government has realized how much work is ahead of them. And then when we look at another aspect to provide for effective management of inevitable climate change impacts by enhancing adaptive capacity, strengthening resilience, and reducing vulnerability to climate change, with a view to building social, economic, and environmental resilience and an adequate national adaptation response to the context of the global climate change response. So those are where we have to change and adapt. And then focusing more on your mitigation. So where we look at to make a fair contribution to the global effort to stabilize greenhouse gases. So that's implementing measures that will reduce our emissions and hopefully reach our net zero by 2050. So that's actual actions that we can put in place. So adaptation is more adapting ahead of time, but mitigation is what can we do to almost prevent the need to adapt. So the two go hand in hand. So you can't really look at one in isolation. And other aspects of mitigation to ensure just transition towards a low carbon economy, that is quite a big subject all on its own, especially in South Africa with our big reliance on coal. And we have to obviously ensure that shifting from the use of coal, we still use the workforce that historically supports the coal industry and shift to ways and means to still provide employment. So even that it's quite a big task in and of itself. And then we also want to give effect to the Republic's international commitments. So that's, as I said, COP29, perfect example in terms of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. It'll be interesting to see if a further agreement is reached at the end of this COP29. So there we definitely, at least we don't shy away from commitments. So that is something to be proud of. Our presidents and our government often step up to the international community and make promises. It's just whether we'll be able to keep them, and it kind of hinges on acts like this and all of us working together to make sure that we can achieve it. And then other things like ensuring to protect and preserve the planet for the benefit of present and future generations of humankind. That part is already part of our Constitution, Section 24, to protect our environment, health and well-being for current and future generations. So sustainable development is very much at the core of many of our acts and legislation, particularly in environmental law. And this is the perfect example of where it links to environmental imperatives, social imperatives, and then working together to achieve a goal that really is of global importance. Okay, and so this again, I'm going to go through fairly quickly because it's a lot of work that government has to do. So you can just know in the background, there's lots of work that needs to happen, and it's things like coordinating the organs of state. They have to harmonize various policies, plans, government programs, and decisions. One thing that has already happened, although it was covered in the Act, the President has already established the Presidential Climate Commission. That was around September 2020, and they've been quite active. They've provided quite a lot of advice to the President already. It's about, I think, 40 individuals from various sectors and industries that are part of that commission. And then other things, state functionaries. So this goes all the way down to mayors and MECs. They have to undertake climate change needs and response assessments for each of their jurisdictions and to oversee and implement a response implementation plan. And just as we mentioned, municipalities already struggle with funding. So that it is a bit of a concern of mine. Do we have capacity on a municipal level to ensure that these policies and plans are actually put in place? I think national government is going to have to drive it. It will be interesting to see how it unfolds if there are sort of national officials put in at each municipality. So watch the space. Okay. So then the nitty-gritty of the Act, adaptation is dealt with in Chapter 4. Section 19 introduces adaptation objectives. And then there, as I said, the actual technical definition of adaptation: any adjustment in natural or human systems in response to actual or expected climate stimuli or their effects which moderate, harm, or exploit beneficial opportunities. It's quite a technical term, but essentially we have to change the way we do things to prevent further impacts and harm to us and our environment. Okay, and here again, this is just an example of the different departments and what all of them have to do. So you can see it's a lot. So you have national government and the plans and programs that they have to put in place, as well as provincial, and then down to local government. And I think we will share these slides, so you'll all get a copy of this. But I'm not going to run through everything, but just to give you kind of a bird's eye view that, again, there's a lot that's going to have to happen. And one of the things that has to happen under the National Adaptation Objectives, which is obviously for the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment to deal with, within a year of coming into operation of the Act, the department has to deal with national adaptation objectives, which will guide the country, and develop resilience and sustainable development. And so this will be, again, quite a big task that the department will have to put together. And then after the objectives, they will have to incorporate all relevant national planning instruments, policies, and programs, which will address the actual and potential impacts of climate change. Some of these projects have already been sort of started on a test case. When we did the scope and the work for Oxford University, we saw quite a few drafts and projects that the DFFE have put together just to test the type of projects and aspects that they will deal with. So they have started work on it, which I think is great. So things are happening in the background. Okay. And then the National Adaptation Strategy Plan. So again, lots of plans, lots of programs. We have to get to the actual doing part though. That's, I think, what will make a true difference. But it is important that we have things like the strategy plan to ensure that the actions that we put in place will actually have impact. I'm really interested to see the results of the Oxford study. They're essentially going to compare all of the countries and see the different ways that countries are implementing the legislation to ensure net zero by 2050. And I'm hoping that those countries maybe that have a few good ideas maybe can sort of share and countries can learn from one another. Okay. And then section 24, so this just deals with what the National Adaptation Strategy Plan has to deal with. So it's things like achievement of reduction in vulnerability on society, reduction in risk and vulnerabilities, achievement of national adaptation objectives. So it's still very high level, kind of convoluted. It's great, but what does it actually mean? And then section 22, even once we have the strategy and plan, then further they have to compile a sector adaptation strategy and plan. Again, the sectors have already been determined on a high level. So sectors like your energy and agriculture, it kind of sticks to how our society is generally separated, and it's dealt with from a perspective of the impacts, things like greenhouse gases that are produced by each sector, and each sector is dealt with in relation to the GHG emissions that they produce. So it applies to everyone, but obviously some more than others because they have a bigger impact, and so their requirements will be far higher, and they will have to drive quite a lot of the reduction in our emissions. Okay, and then this just goes into more detail again about the controls, the functions, and how it's going to work. So there will be a spatial map, so maps across the country, I think, to highlight different areas, different ecosystems that are vulnerable, so your wetlands, national parks, that type of thing. So with this type of a requirement, you can see how the environmental legislation fits into the climate change. So we've already got biodiversity maps, national parks, that type of thing. Those will be all put together to map out where there are sort of the risks, where the highest risks will impact our country, and then the mechanisms to implement adaptation. Okay, lots of timelines. So just from the sort of adaptation side, as I said, it's more on government, but some takeaways I think that can already be implemented is things like whether it's the Cgcsa or your members specifically, but I think as a group you can work together to develop things like a climate change strategy if you haven't done this for your businesses already, and just to guide your climate change policy and how you're going to use adaptation strategies, that type of thing. Also identify high risk sector members that are exposed more to climate change. And that exposure could be based on where your operations are. Are you near sensitive or vulnerable areas? Are you in areas that experience more extreme weather events? How are you going to adapt? How are you going to change for that? So it's really important to just focus on those type of impacts on your business. And then also particularly the Cgcsa message to you, work with governments, continue lobbying on behalf of your members wherever there are opportunities to work with, whether it's the local or more likely the national government for all of these sector plans and things that have to come in place. I think that's really important. Okay, and then from a mitigation, similar, your climate change strategy will deal with mitigation and adaptation and just development of a climate change policy. And again, high risk, so it's similar aspects that we recommend just looking at. And then participate in opportunities, especially relating to the mechanisms that will be used in terms of Section 31 of the Act for mitigation of climate change. And yeah, incentivize and assist members. I think this is something that is not going away anytime soon. It's only going to get worse. So you have to face the various impacts and rather deal with the impacts. Okay, and then so that's the Act kind of on a very broad level, but how it functions more for your private sector is using things like the greenhouse gas emission regulations. So those were actually promulgated initially in terms of the National Environmental Management Air Quality Act. And it has all of the various sectors across industries that have to register for recording of your greenhouse gas emissions. And I think the majority of your members would fall under, sorry, the bright yellow is hard to read, but it's code 142B, essentially food processing, beverages, and tobacco. And so there you do have to register. So if you haven't registered, please register in terms of the greenhouse gas emission regulations. But you only have to register, this is the important part, if you are producing over 10 megawatts of greenhouse gases. So there are, I think it's 7 listed greenhouse gases, which I didn't put in the slide. I'll put it in for when we distribute it. So if you go above that threshold, then you have to register in terms of the regulation and collect the information and report on it. And it's things like carbon, CO2, I think mercury, nitrogen, I can't remember all of them, but quite a list. And so that's how it functions in terms of reporting. And then under NAMAQA, as we call it, once you report, then certain industries, again, who produce very high levels, like your energy sector, have to put in mitigation plans and work on how they're going to reduce their emissions. And then it works in tandem with things like an air emission license. So this gets very technical. It's not really for your sector, but just so you understand what is happening on the high emitting industries. So they have air emission licenses. By March next year, they have to comply with new plant standards. There was a lot in the media about existing plant standards, particularly old industries who had to cut down on their emissions. They could postpone compliance with the new standards, which are much harder to comply with. And kind of the end of the line is March next year. And that will go a long way in reducing the emissions of a number of the greenhouse gases. And then they still have to further have a mitigation plan that they put in place. Why I'm also explaining this is, although it may not affect you directly, it will ultimately affect you because it also feeds into things like the Carbon Tax Act, which I can't speak about tax. We have Mansour, who's amazing, but the Carbon Tax Act will essentially raise costs for our energy sector, and that will filter down to your operations and your businesses. So it's coming. It just might not feel like you have to do a lot, but you will feel the kind of the repercussions of all of these changes. Okay, so this, I think I've spoken through all of this. It's just going into more depth about the sectoral emission targets. So again, energy, so there will be sectoral emission targets, which that falls more under the Climate Change Act. It wasn't really covered in NAMAQA. NAMAQA just kind of started the groundwork for the GHG regulations, that type of thing. Sectoral emission targets will be determined, and then from a sectoral perspective, it will go to industries, and you'll have your carbon budgets, and then it also links to your carbon tax. It gets very intricate, and that's where my expertise kind of stops, and we need Mansour to explain the nitty-gritty of that. So yeah, sectors, subsectors, emission targets, and then it goes filters all the way down, policies and measures. Okay. Yep, I think I've gone through all of this. Members will have their budgets. You'll have to have your greenhouse gas. So the previous, it was just called sort of a mitigation plan. That is deemed to become a mitigation plan in terms of the Climate Change Act. So it does have a transitional arrangement. Okay. And then offences, so non-compliance, again, this is more for government, so you don't have to worry too much yet, unless your sector has sort of some limits that you have to comply with. Penalties for non-compliance, 5 million or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 5 years. Second or subsequent conviction, 10 million rand, and imprisonment for a period of not more than 10 years, or a fine and imprisonment. So these are the types of fines that the various levels of government will have to face as well. So it's not something that they can avoid. So it'll be really interesting to see how this all goes through. And then it also includes if you have to submit a greenhouse gas mitigation plan. Again, as I mentioned, that's more likely to be your bigger sectors like your energy, manufacturing, steel manufacturing, that type of thing. Okay. Then ESG, as I mentioned, this is, I think, where you feel more of a link to what you do. And environmental social governance, I'm sure many of you have heard, attended, hopefully some presentations on it. But essentially, it is a shift in the way banks and funders look at businesses. And through the Green Deal, which I mentioned earlier, it was a very high amount, like 100 or 80 trillion. It was just a lot of money that collectively the banking sector have put together to invest in businesses that are far more socially and environmentally responsible, or at least are trying to change and make sure that they cover those aspects. So often people think that there's no money in sustainability, but there is. There's a lot of money, and banks have realized that to affect true change, you're going to have to put your money where your mouth is. And essentially, it helps all of us. So if we have projects and we have companies who are checking their impacts on the environment and people, and they are funded to do that, then that's where we'll see true change. And so this has almost become your social license to operate. I'm sure many of you already know that you can't really ignore your impacts on the environment or on people anymore. In fact, it can be a marketing tool that you still have to be careful of greenwashing, but it can really work to your benefit. So it's certainly not something that you ignore anymore. And then because funds have been made available for these types of things, I'll get to the slide where there are a number of voluntary programs and standards and tools that have been developed in order to track your impacts and your obligations and your risks, and basically taking the environmental and social impact of your business and governance as well, and equating it to financial risks and obligations. So we already have the guideline document based on legislation from Europe that the JSE has issued. So it won't be long until, similar to your GARP or GAAP, I don't know how they pronounce it, standards, there will likely just be one system for all companies across the world to report on their environmental, social, governance impacts and how it affects your balance sheets. So it's quite interesting the way the two are tied together. So this will also result in conducting risk-based due diligence. And in Europe particularly, they have the CSDDD, which requires companies, I think it's over 100 million euros, who turn a profit more than that. There's a phase-in. Later, it will drop down. And they have to report on their supply chain to ensure that all of these imperatives, social, environmental, that there's no slave labor, child labor, there isn't pollution committed by their suppliers. So it's no longer good enough for companies to say, my house is in order, I'm not doing any of these things, but meanwhile, your suppliers are. So they have to ensure that down the supply chain, all of these imperatives are being complied with as well. So that's why I started out by saying it's important to work with your suppliers too, because this is becoming an international standard and requirement. You can't turn a blind eye anymore to what's happening further down your value chain. Okay, and then again, just as I mentioned, it's also really important. Consumers demand sustainable products. They are far more knowledgeable about the impacts, and some people don't care. I think it's interesting in South Africa because there are those who obviously understand the impacts and want more from companies, but we have other problems that we face, like poverty and unemployment. So it's not always something that that we focus on. But I firmly believe that the two can actually be joined together. And if we can build businesses in a sustainable manner, so when we do have jobs, our workers are protected, they're paid what they should be, and they understand all of the impacts on the environment through the work that they do, then I think we would be far better placed. So it's more of our starting place should be from a sustainable perspective, so that we can also grow our community for these aspects to be centered in our businesses and society. Okay, whereas Europe, they're trying to do a lot of backpedaling. They've messed everything up and now they're trying to like fix it through legislation. So it's almost a cautionary tale. Let's not go that way. Let's rather do it the right way. Yeah, so these are what I mentioned, all of the different standards and protocols, and some of them focus just on the impacts within your business and how sort of outside factors impact your business, which is known as single materiality. Then there's double materiality, whereas you have to look at your impact on communities, on the environment as well, and how that all feeds into your business plan and feeds into your financials. So it's alphabet soup, as we call it, because it's quite a lot, and it all stems from things like the Equator Principles, the Sustainable Development Goals, and it goes into biodiversity, into carbon emissions. This is a whole presentation and discussion on its own. Okay, there's some more again. So this just kind of shows again regulations that are already being implemented overseas versus reporting frameworks, and then your global sort of standards that you have. So where we'll likely be going is also towards the regulations. And all of these, you know, the Climate Change Act is great, but it's things and systems and standards and protocols like this that will make a true impact to ensure that we get to net zero. Because when it impacts your profits, then you're far more likely to take notice of it and make changes. Yeah, there's some more for you. So it is, yeah, it's quite a lot. So this, I think I've already gone through. It's just, yeah, your risks and opportunities. So ESG really does impact the way you do business, whether it's for your employees, for your community around you, for your environment, and being very careful about your disclosures. As I just mentioned, as a side note, greenwashing, ensuring that what you put out to your customers is correct. That's a real risk. And the legal obligations are only going to increase. So please look at your impacts. It's really important. It may sometimes feel like something that you don't need to do, but yeah, rather now than later. And then there are also opportunities. So just as I mentioned, the financing and the money coming over from overseas, I think Europe has specifically dedicated a fair chunk of the investment for provision in Africa, because they don't want to leave anyone behind. So there is funding where you are looking seriously at your impacts and you find projects on a grassroots level. There are companies and investors from overseas who will support your visions and your projects. So that's an opportunity to affect change, to assist your community, and then, it can still result in profits for your business. So integrating ESG principles into your business model is just really important because it can reduce your risk, enhance your customer trust, meet growing demands for sustainability, and this will appeal to your growing consumer base. I think that's my last slide. Yes. That's it. Are there any questions? Yes.
But anyways,
Okay.
thank you so much for your presentation. What
Sure.
I wanted to inquire on is, as a legal provision in the case of South Africa, for example, we've got a BE certificate that will show us level 1, level 2, and will demarcate where you sit in the empowerment scale, for lack of a better example. So other than you as a business looking for external funding overseas, where the language is quite comfortable with everyone when it comes to impact funding and sustainability, will South Africa have something like a, I'm just being creative here, climate change certificate that says level 1, this company is 100% geared for X, and level 2. And then, I mean, from a legal perspective, when you're playing the game out there in the world, we can run away from greenwashing, and there's something practical for us to look at and to navigate, because right now it's just about how well does she explain herself on a slide when it comes to investing, and maybe somebody else isn't well equipped to present themselves from this perspective.
Exactly. I can have like a whole conversation with you on this subject alone. So I fully agree with you. And again, like my focus on the fashion industry, there are a number of certifications and various standards that have been established for the sector, particularly overseas. And one of my firm beliefs is that we need something exactly like that for Africa, because they're really expensive. And so you get like standards for textiles. I think there's the SWAN certification, which is a Nordic standard that goes into various industries and then does exactly what you're saying, checks the business and sees exactly how sustainable they are. But they are far too expensive for South African businesses. And so there's a need for that. I'm amazed that, the SABS or no one's really stepped up. Proudly South African, something like that. One of my friends said I should do it, and I was like, that's way too big a task. But what we are doing, what we've actually started with through our initiative this year, did anyone come to Sustainability on Vogue this year? We sent it to, I think, our whole customer base, but next year we're going to do it again. So essentially we hosted a pop-up of small sustainable fashion brands in our office, and clients and employees could shop and buy from them and interact with them. And then we hosted a free legal workshop for the small businesses just on various aspects. And through that, one of our pro bono clients, Sorry for Change, who takes donated saris and upcycles them into dresses, and they teach women how to sew. It's an incredible business. We're now working with them, and we are building a social and environmental assessment through their business. So we went and we did site visits. We're working with a partner, and similar to what you're saying, we're going to do a report that they would then be able to take to investors and say, this is what we're actually doing, because at the moment there isn't anything. So ideally that would be amazing if we had some type of standard or certification that also suits Africa and suits South African imperatives, that isn't too expensive. And then if you have similar to ISO standards, that type of thing, then yes, ENS would audit it and check that it's fine. You'd have a financial auditor as well. That would be amazing and something that we need. So not yet, but hopefully. Okay, yes.
Hi there, I'm Michelle. I'm going to be speaking later on the standard that is available. So you see that GS1 is global standards.
Yeah.
And I think the group today will be pleasantly surprised just how far the standards is going.
Okay.
And hopefully when Francesca talks, you can just see a little bit about where the digital product passport is going, linked to ESG, linked to climate stage. We're actually closer than we think. But it's how we partner with entities like ENS, Cgcsa, and other entities to get the standard going, because
That's amazing. Yeah.
it's really amazing.
Yeah, I
That's
was
exactly
looking and I
what
was
we do.
wondering if you were covering those
gonna
things.
cover a
So
little bit
please can we
about
have a
that.
conversation
Thank you.
after? Yeah, very interested.
Hi,
Hi,
sorry, my English is direct translation. So,
go ahead, no problem. I can only speak one language, so I have no excuse.
yeah, sorry. So my question is about the environment. The people, we dump everything, like we throw the bottles and on the natural environment. How is gonna be affected to relate to ESG and everything?
Okay, so there's actually a whole section separate, and it taps into our next discussion on the EPR, so extended producer responsibility. So waste, we have a whole piece of legislation that manages waste waste management, how it is regulated, and extended producer responsibility actually affects at the moment packaging, paper and plastic packaging, electronics, and batteries. So I don't want to give away too much, but we have our local legislation, and it's similar to Europe. They also have their EPR provisions, and waste minimization and prevention of kind of illegal dumping fits into some of the sustainable development goals. And so it does filter all the way down to your environmental aspect of ESG and how you are managing the impacts of your business for things like waste. So it does kind of all come back together, but there have to be programs and policies in place to ensure things like recycling and prevention of illegal dumping. So I don't know if that answers your question exactly, but essentially it's lots of regulations that all filter in that form a big picture. Okay, good. Back. Oh.
Greetings, everyone. Mine is simple. I would love to ask about the code 1A2E, which is food processing, beverages, and tobacco. My question in this field will be that, firstly, ahead is a Roma, I believe, that as a country we are running short of those, who do we call? Forgive me. Okay. It will be the food inspectors. Yeah, and again, I would love to know in this field again, let's say, for instance, I'm one of those people who utilize the unused land and try to cultivate and produce food. And as we are sitting here, I would love to know, how do we maneuver to get to the standard where we people can be part of the consumers in a manner that we have been recognized in our poor community, may put it that way. Because yes, we do produce, but when coming to the rating, we are always been rated low according to the law. So that's my question.
Okay. So you're asking about the code under the GHG regulations, that code 1AE, and how essentially you ensure compliance with it from your operations.
Yeah, the compliance, you would know, we normally say, let's say my company is a general dealer for now, but it started as a distributor. Therefore, as a general dealer, there are steps that I took for me to be recognized as may say, example, approach big entities such as Pick and Pay, you name them, Checkers, etc., to be part of them in producing such what we're saying here, only to find that they will rate my land to start with, and my area, lastly, my company, you know.
So more as a supplier, so to ensure that the retailers are complying. Is that right?
Yes,
Yeah, sorry.
of course,
Yeah.
I am complying, but when coming to that, I believe you know what I'm talking about.
I think, can we maybe chat after this? Also, I'm worried that I'm going to dig into the extra time that we have available.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. I think, do you know what the time is? How are we? Okay, are we still okay?
Good morning, everybody. How are you doing?
Hi.
I've got a quick question. Based on the international ESG strategies, if you can see how they are formulated, obviously they actually formulate them to actually work with maybe banks, insurances, IoT companies, then they get the banks to actually finance small businesses and municipalities. Where do you see opportunities in how ENS, GS1, IoT companies and insurers can actually help in order to actually bring about pilots and to make this more tangible and more actionable in our country?
Okay. So I can speak to what we're doing sort of from again, the fashion project that we put in place is kind of an example of what we're trying to do through. So we have a sustainability and impact working group, which has practitioners from across our law firm, from tax to employment to natural resources and environment. And what we did is we're trying to show how a multidisciplinary approach is necessary for ESG. So you need experts from various sectors. And just my personal obsession and way I think that things can change is working particularly with small businesses and upskilling them and kind of sharing the expertise that we have. So the project that we started this year, as I mentioned, we did a free legal workshop and we focused on ESG. So we went through things like financing, governance, employment, environment, intellectual property that we shared with the businesses who are all small businesses, just to equip them with legal knowledge that they usually don't have access to, because obviously our corporate rates are extremely high and they can't afford it. And so I really believe that different professions, from insurance to the financial sector, have to step up and really work with small businesses to impart a lot of the knowledge and expertise that they have in a way that still benefits them. I'm not saying like freebies and, like lose money on it, but I think there are ways that you can work together with small businesses to share knowledge and to help them grow, and then they'll become the big corporates of the future who will then be able to afford your full funds. But I just really think we have to get our hands dirty, essentially. Cool.
Any more questions?
Okay, good. Thank you, everyone. You're welcome to find me, email me if you have any other questions.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sana Mansing. I'm an associate in the Natural Resources and Environmental team at ENS. Today, I'll be presenting on the topic of Extended Producer Responsibility, or EPR, covering product lifecycle assessments, environmental labels, where the EPR fees have retrospective application, and lastly, the offenses and penalties for non-compliance with the EPR regulations. The concept of EPR originated in the 1990s with the Swedish government leading the initiative to reduce waste and encourage sustainable product design, proposing that manufacturers be responsible not only for their products during use, but also for their end-of-life disposal. It sought to motivate companies to design products that are easier to recycle, repair, and dispose of sustainably. EPR was introduced in South Africa in 2020 in terms of Section 18 of the National Environmental Management Waste Act. The EPR framework came into effect on 5 May 2021, specifically targeting industries with high waste production, including the packaging, electronics, and lighting sectors. The final date for compliance of those sectors and others was 5 November 2021. The introduction of EPR aims to address the growing waste management challenges and environmental degradation associated with product life cycles from production to disposal. Producers incur many obligations under South Africa's EPR framework. One such obligation is to conduct a life cycle assessment. A life cycle assessment evaluates the environmental impacts of a product from raw material extraction through to disposal. The life cycle assessment is not just an exercise in compliance, but rather a strategic tool that enables companies to identify and mitigate environmental impacts, make informed design decisions, and improve the sustainability of their products. Through life cycle assessments, companies can pinpoint areas with the highest environmental burden, whether it's energy use, emissions, water consumption, or waste generation, and proactively address these factors. Producers of identified products are required to conduct life cycle assessments in accordance with the applicable standards within 5 years of implementing their EPR scheme. It is essential that the required standards for the life cycle assessments are clear to achieve legal certainty and to guide effective and uniform compliance. Currently, the standards in which life cycle assessments are to comply with are unclear. However, to address this, we recommend that producers, at a minimum, document key life cycle assessment actions that cover minimizing the materials used in the identified products, designing the product to support reuse, recycling, or recovery without compromising the functionality, and reducing environmental toxicity of the post-consumer waste stream. A cohort, including the CSIR, has been tasked to develop a series of guidelines for conducting life cycle assessment studies in South Africa. To ensure clarity, we recommend that the Cgcsa engages with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment for precise guidance on what is required for compliance prior to the publication of the CSIR life cycle assessment guidelines. Consideration of international standards such as ISO 14040 life cycle assessment principles and framework and ISO 14044 life cycle assessment requirements and guidelines are recommended. Compliance with these standards will ensure that life cycle assessments align with international best practice. Producers are expected to use life cycle assessment insights to guide their product design, packaging choices, and material sourcing. The findings should lead to actionable strategies that align with their EPR obligations, such as increasing the recyclability of products, reducing harmful materials, and enhancing resource efficiency. Ultimately, the life cycle assessment is a critical input for measuring recycling and recovery targets as required under the EPR framework. The results of the life cycle assessments will form part of producers' regular reporting in terms of the EPR regulations. Transparency in life cycle assessments findings not only builds public trust, but also demonstrates a company's commitment to sustainable practices. Adherence to recognized standards for life cycle assessments ensures that the assessments are accurate, credible, and consistent. These standards will not only guide the technical aspects of conducting life cycle assessments, but will facilitate benchmarking across industries, allowing producers to compare their environmental impacts with those of similar products and to measure improvements over time. Conducting life cycle assessments can offer several benefits, such as identifying opportunities for resource and cost saving. Demonstrating environmental responsibility can strengthen brand reputation and consumer loyalty. Compliance with EPR regulations also positions South African producers favorably in international markets where EPR and life cycle assessments are increasingly expected. To support this process, we recommend that producers equip internal teams with life cycle assessment expertise or engage consultants to ensure accuracy in assessments, that life cycle assessment findings are used to influence product design, material selection, and waste reduction from the outset, and that producers collaborate with other producers and industry bodies to share best practices and align on common goals. The obligation to conduct a life cycle assessment is not just a regulatory requirement, but is an essential step towards sustainability. It aligns with the broader vision of the EPR framework, which is to foster a more responsible, resource-efficient, and circular economy in South Africa. The next topic I will discuss is environmental labeling, specifically regarding the inclusion of labels in the absence of environmental claims. Producers are obliged to label products, thereby ensuring that consumers, waste handlers, and recyclers have access to essential information on how to manage the product at the end of its life. This requirement aligns with South Africa's commitment to reduce waste and support a circular economy in accordance with Sustainable Development Goal 12, responsible consumption and production. These labels are vital tools for educating consumers and guiding them to dispose of or recycle products responsibly. All producers in sectors including packaging, electronics, lighting, and portable batteries are required to provide environmental labels on their products, regardless of whether they make specific environmental claims such as eco-friendly or biodegradable. This approach helps to eliminate ambiguity by clearly communicating the necessary disposal and recycling information to consumers, which is crucial for products that may otherwise end up in landfills or as pollutants. Labels should incorporate recognized symbols, such as the Mobius loop or other international recycling icons, to indicate that the product or packaging is recyclable. For packaging, material identification, such as PET for plastic bottles, should be clearly marked to aid sorting and recycling processes. Products should provide clear disposal instructions. For example, electronic devices or products with hazardous components need labels that guide consumers on where and how to dispose of them responsibly. Standardized labeling ensures that information is consistent and recognizable, which is essential for consumer understanding and trust. Labels must be durable enough to remain readable throughout the product's life cycle to guarantee that they remain clear at the point of disposal. As mentioned, even if producers do not make specific environmental claims, the labels are required to provide factual information about the product's environmental impact and recyclability. This transparency helps prevent greenwashing, where products might otherwise appear environmentally friendly without substantiated evidence. In implementing these labeling requirements, producers are taking a proactive approach to reduce waste, promote recycling, and support sustainable consumption. This labeling framework also assists in educating consumers on how to responsibly dispose of and recycle products, promoting a culture of environmental responsibility. Waste recyclers and collectors can manage and sort waste more efficiently, helping South Africa meet its recycling and recovery targets. Labeling can ensure that materials are directed away from landfills and towards recycling, reducing the overall environmental impact and conserving resources. To meet these requirements effectively, producers are encouraged to work with other stakeholders to develop standardized labels that are clear, accessible, and consistent across products. Consider labeling requirements early in the product design to ensure labels are easy to implement and effectively communicate key information to consumers. And for internal teams to engage through public education to ensure understanding of labels and the importance of responsible disposal. The environmental labeling requirement under the EPR regulations are another key step towards creating a circular economy in South Africa. The next topic for discussion is the retrospective application of EPR fees. The EPR fees are a fundamental part of South Africa's strategy to shift the cost and responsibility of waste management from municipalities and taxpayers to the producers of certain products. EPR fees are primarily calculated to cover the full life cycle cost of managing the waste generated by specific products. This includes costs associated with collecting, transporting, processing, and recycling or disposing of the products at their end of life. In other words, the fees are intended to cover the entire cost of handling a product responsibly from start to finish. Each industry sector under the EPR framework has unique waste management needs and challenges. As a result, EPR fees are tailored to reflect the specific costs associated with managing each type of waste. Producer responsibility organizations, or PROs, which are often responsible for implementing EPR schemes, work closely with industry stakeholders to calculate fees that fairly represent the specific sector's waste management expenses. EPR fees are often linked to the quantity of products produced or imported. Producers who manufacture or import larger volumes of products contribute higher fees, which reflects their proportional impact on waste management needs. This system ensures that fees are fairly allocated and directly tied to the volume of waste each producer introduces into the market. Many EPR schemes involve annual reviews of fee structures. This allows for adjustments based on actual costs, recycling rates, and changes in waste management practices. Producers must be kept informed about fee adjustments, ensuring transparency and allowing businesses to plan for the financial impacts of EPR compliance. The Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment has published the draft guideline and toolkit for the determination of EPR fees in terms of Section 72 and 73 of the National Environmental Management Waste Act. The draft guideline presents 4 globally accepted methods for determining EPR fees in South Africa. Importantly, the toolkit is non-prescriptive, allowing PROs and producers the flexibility to choose the most appropriate method depending on their stage of sector development, product categories, and specific needs. A key question that often arises is whether EPR fees are applied retrospectively. In South Africa, when a company joins a PRO for an EPR scheme, fees are generally not backdated. While variances between PROs may exist, these differences are not expected to be substantial, as they operate within the confines of the same regulatory framework and are subject to submission to the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Further, the EPR regulations do not explicitly specify the retrospective application of fees from the start of the regulations. Fees are usually applicable from the date of membership with the PRO. Companies are required to pay fees based on their sales and the types of products they place on the market after joining the PRO. Companies are also expected to report on their product sales and pay fees accordingly. If a company fails to register in time, it may be subject to penalties or fines from the DFFE, but the fees themselves are not retrospectively charged for past periods prior to joining. If a company was operating without being part of a PRO prior to joining, they might face compliance issues or potential legal consequences for not fulfilling the EPR obligations during this time. Each PRO may have its own policies regarding membership and fee structures, so it's essential for companies to consult with the specific PRO they wish to join for further details. Companies looking to join an EPR scheme should familiarize themselves with both the general regulatory framework and the specific requirements of the PRO to ensure full compliance. Lastly, I will be discussing offenses and penalties. The EPR regulations set out specific offenses and penalties to ensure compliance. Some of these offenses include the failure of a producer of identified products to register with the DFFE within the prescribed timeframe, the failure to establish and implement an extended producer responsibility scheme that covers the entire value chain, or appointing a PRO to manage it on behalf of the producer, the failure to meet the minimum requirements for an EPR scheme, the failure to conduct a life cycle assessment for each identified product, and the failure to introduce environmental labeling. Non-compliance with these regulations may result in penalties such as imprisonment for up to 15 years, fines ranging from 120,000 to 600,000, or both such fine and imprisonment. Further, producers who fail to adhere to these regulations risk having their registration revoked and may be required to join another EPR scheme. Similarly, producer responsibility organizations that do not meet regulatory standards may also face registration revocation. Failure to comply with the EPR regulations constitutes an offense in terms of Section 67(1)(a) of the National Environmental Management Waste Act, and persons convicted of such offenses are liable to a fine between 5 million and 10 million rand and/or to imprisonment between 5 to 10 years, or both such fine and imprisonment. In conclusion, extended producer responsibility represents a transformative approach to environmental stewardship within South Africa, making producers accountable for their product's full life cycle, from design through to the end-of-life disposal. As we've discussed, EPR is driving sustainable practices across packaging, electronics, lighting, and other sectors, reshaping how waste management and products responsibility are handled. By fulfilling EPR obligations, producers not only avoid potential penalties, but are also in a position to take accountability for the environmental impacts of their products. Through collaboration, adherence to international standards, and increased transparency, the South African consumer goods industry can enhance resource efficiency, reduce waste, and meet both local and global sustainability expectations. Thank you for your time. I believe there will now be a short question and answer session.
Thank you very much. Very, very insightful presentation. My name is Neo Momodu. I'm from the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa, well, GS1 South Africa. Firstly, before I ask my question, I really want to let everybody know in the room that maybe I should stand up. The Cgcsa actually has established a PRO. So you are more than welcome, all of you, to consider us and become a member of our PRO. I think there's a lot to learn in this environment. And I think you really crystallized a lot of the things that we are battling with, right? And I think we need to also bring the department on board. This thing of retrospective payments is one that is discouraging most of our members from moving forward. And it was really enlightening to hear that we do not have to do that. So one of the things that we will be doing for our members is to ensure that we align with the department in terms of how we move forward. But for me, the question is, how have you experienced some of your clients in terms of the challenges that they're experiencing? The regulations are very, very new. And to what extent have you seen compliance? And if there's no compliance, what are the things that are keeping your clients awake at night? So that I think there is an opportunity for industries to collaborate and actually look at how, and when I say industries, I'm including government as well, because I think there is an acknowledgement that we really need to embrace issues of climate change as a country. So it is important that while the regulations are still at its infancy, that we start working together towards actually seeing some success. So to get to that point, let's understand where we are, what still needs to be unraveled so that we move together. So what are those challenges that you've experienced? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And as with all new regulatory frameworks that come in, there are many teething difficulties that companies experience with compliance. Initially, when the regulations were promulgated, we gave a lot of advice regarding how to register with the department, the process to follow, what happens if you fail to register within time. We did a few condonation applications for late registration with the department for producers. What we've also noticed is that when producers join PROs, what's often required is a certificate of compliance to show that you have been complying prior to joining, whereas if you have not, that might open the door to some offenses and penalties sanctioned by the DFFE. Other difficulties that have come about, like you've mentioned, is the retrospective application of fees. While we can see clearly, retrospective application needs to be stated in legislation so that compliance with it is clear enough. However, as the EPR regulations do not state that, we don't believe that those fees should be backdated in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you. And forgive me, I'm trying to multitask, so I might have missed this when you were speaking while I was looking at my laptop. But my question is, what is the definition of a producer? And the reason I'm asking this is, so I represent the South African Medical Technology Industry Association. Many of our members are importers of medical devices. So these products come into the country already packaged, already labeled. They actually can't be repackaged or relabeled because they are in sterile packaging. There are also regulatory requirements in terms of medical device labeling, South African regulatory requirements. So are these importers defined as producers, but the product is imported into the country? Do they have to comply? So that's my one question. And then the other question is there a list somewhere on a website of producer responsibility organizations? How do you decide between one or the other?
Okay, thank you for your question. Just in terms of the first one, so the EPR regulations are published per sector, and currently we have regulations dealing with packaging, portable batteries, lubricant oils, pesticides, and within those regulations, there are specific definitions of a producer. From the top of my head, I can remember the definition of producer in terms of packaging, which is a person, a company that releases in excess of 10 tons of identified plastic products, packaging, into the market on an annual basis. So per sector, there'll be a specific definition for your producer. And depending on whether your specific sector is covered or not at the time, that is where you will find the direction as to whether you are a producer or not. In terms of the PROs, I know that some of PROs specialize in certain packaging, plastic packaging, or some of them specialize in terms of the electronic equipment. So in terms of finding the PRO for your specific needs, you would maybe have to shop around a bit just to see which one aligns with your products and your obligations.
Good morning. So my question is related to the life cycle analyses. The cost of an LCA, depending on its scope, can be quite high. And if you're expected to do LCAs in all of your products, that could be quite a significant financial impact on a business. How do we as brand owners or producers avoid duplication amongst the various competitors and other brand owners around there? And should this not be managed or overseen by the PRO itself? My second question is, are LCAs required for all products, or is it just for problematic products? Thank you.
Can I add to that question? Hi, because it's also about LCAs. Can I? Yeah, because I'm just taking an opportunity to add to that question, because it relates to LCAs as well. Because I think most or all responsible corporate citizens in South Africa do support the end of life thinking that embeds LCAs. But the way that the regulations are written right now, it involves a lot of complexity and a lot of costs that has been mentioned, and especially when there is a lack of expertise, and I'm talking about LCA technical expertise in South Africa, as well as the data that will be needed for the LCA work that needs to happen. So to add to that question, the CSIR has also published a paper to talk to some of these challenges, and they have put forward a number of options for the regulator to consider. Which ones of those do you think hold a lot of promise in addressing some of these real challenges that companies will face with complying with this regulation in 2026, which is not far away, because that's almost a year or so away, considering the amount of work that needs to happen.
So in terms of the life cycle assessments, the EPR, I'll just start with the questions at the back. The EPR regulations require that you conduct them for your identified products. And in terms of your sector-specific regulations, those identified products are defined, whether you're dealing with packaging, portable batteries, or the various other sectors. The costing of the life cycle assessment can be exorbitant, that is definitely known. However, at the time of publication of the regulations, The standards that are to be applicable to the life cycle assessments are still unclear, and the details involved, the compliance involved is not clear to us. The regulations do not specify which exact standards they have to comply with, and it's currently a gap in the law, and we look for direction from the DFFE on those aspects. I don't know if Colin, you want to add any?
Yes, thank you so much. So I've been doing this for 15 years and I love waste. So Sonam's done a great job. She's only been with us for a year. So just on the question on medical devices as well, the regulations do include imported products. So happy to have a conversation afterwards because I think your question is quite complex. And yeah, it really depends on the product, and import is captured. So we can maybe take that offline. And on PROs, it is quite hard. There isn't a standard list. Unfortunately, SAWIC, the website which hosts all the various waste aspects by the department, doesn't have a nice little list of all the PROs. So you basically have to like Google and find, and it's not so easy, but happy to assist with that as well, just to list a few of the PROs that we've come across. On the life cycle assessment, we've seen some sort of information by the CSIR. They're working on, I think, trying to produce guidelines or standards for that life cycle assessment as well, depending on the products. So as my colleague mentioned, the standard that they refer to, I don't think that legislation is quite clear enough, because it seems that the idea is to have some kind of a standard to guide the LCA. And then there are those minimum requirements, 3 items that you have to at least consider. So as of now, until there's clarity, at least if you are covering those 3 basic questions, which just deals with, I think, reduction of the material that you're using, trying to ensure recyclability, that type of thing. I think for now, if you just cover that, that's good enough. And I'm not sure if you're able to do that in-house or if you still have to outsource that, but maybe that would at least reduce the costing of that life cycle assessment. I do agree that it needs to be more of an industry effort. So I'm hoping that the project that the CSIR is doing will assist with that. I actually still wanted to reach out to the doctor who is heading up that project and just hear what's happening. I'm not sure if it's the suggestions that were put forward that you were mentioning, if it is that exact same thing. Yeah, so I'm not sure. I haven't seen where I was looking, they were just talking about the project. I hadn't seen the results of the project yet. But I do agree that that needs to be more of an industry-wide collective. I can't remember the last point I wanted to say now. But yeah, and just on the compliance issue as well, most of the compliance issues that we've seen is just the DFFE ensuring that companies are registering. So they're just at that basic level of, have you registered that these regulations comply, or that you have to comply with these regulations. So I think at a bare minimum, register. It's an online portal that you register through, and joining a PRO, that it can be very tricky. So I think it's great that the Cgcsa has their own PRO, because it's interesting to see how the others run. And we've looked at contracts, and to the point of, shouldn't the PROs do more? It's such an interesting question. We actually reviewed a contract from one of them recently, and the majority of the requirements they put back on the relevant producer. And when you look at the regulations, there isn't actually a lot. It's not very clear. It says things like the levies that you pay, from those levies, you must pay, for example, the waste collectors, the informal sector that collects the waste. So that's something that the PROs should be ensuring. I read an article where they said, we're trying our best to work with the local informal waste collectors, but it's very difficult. It sounded like an excuse, because they received some criticism and they were just trying to say we're doing our best. So it's really interesting to see that the regulations, again, it's so many words, but it's hard to figure out the exact actions that each party has to comply with. And this contract that we reviewed, it was so interesting. It said, like, we will enhance consumer awareness about these regulations, and we will promote the information about recyclability. And I'm like, as a PRO, you should be doing that, not just enhancing it. So I think quite a few PROs are simply just taking the money, doing the audits, and like issuing a letter saying, okay, you're paying us our levies. And that's where they start and stop. So you have to be really careful what PRO you engage with.
Thank you. And I just want to add to what you're saying. So as an organization, we're not registered for a very long time, since 2021, because we're part of advocacy work for the industry in setting up the EPR. So a number of we have about 46 PROs in South Africa. So our members have been concerned. That's why we eventually members said we must set up a PRO, which we set it up last year. Because they're saying they've been paying money. I think in the last meeting we had with the department, it's about 600 million that's been paid by industry to PROs, but we still see a lot of waste if we walk around. And members have said, it's our brands, because at the end of the day, that's why the responsibility is given to the producer rather than the PRO taking the responsibility. So members have said, let's register the PRO, which we have done. We do obviously have to market and show progress and the impact that we're going to be doing. So we do have members that have come up on board, that are our members, but we still need to say to them, because there's, waste environment is such it's too big, and it's such members have said to us they are concerned at the same time that our reputation as an organization might be tainted, because they are sometimes untoward individuals in this sector, so within the waste environment. So we are here, but I'm just telling you, we're here, we're doing it, we're going to start big programs that we're going to be doing with our members, and we have a program that we're going to be starting next year, because we have been just setting up for the whole, since we were registered in December last year. So we have been working in terms of setting ourselves up and marketing and making sure that all the contracts are in place and all the pricing we're aligning to the department. Now we do have members that have come on board, and we're going to be starting a program in January. So please join us. Come with us. We have a good compliance. Our board, you can go to our website. You're going to see our board is really strict, and it's big member organizations that are really stringent in terms of what we do, what work are we doing, and where the funds are going, so that we can get to the impact that is really required from a waste management perspective. Our ambitions is to have a recycling plant in South Africa.
Thank you. Tshama Koloki. Hello. Okay. So 2 comments, no questions. Regarding the guidelines and the toolkit for the determination of the EPR fees, those are no longer drafts, but they've been finalized 2 days back, I think. Then on the retrospective application of the EPR fees, I just wanted to give a big background. I think we did chat about it the other day, Caitlin. How did we have this issue? So in the provisions of the EPR regulations, they require the Minister of DFFE to obtain concurrence within 60 days. In fact, this provision has just recently been amended, I think 2 days back also, after the EPR fees have been presented to the DFFE Minister by the PROs. So what happened here is that these fees were presented in January. I'm not sure about the year, whether it's 2021 or 2022, January. And the minister only obtained concurrence from the Minister of Finance in June. But the law says she must obtain concurrence within 60 days. So the time frame that were the main issues regarding that. Then people were of the view that since you only receive concurrence or obtain that concurrence in June, then those EPR fees should apply from June instead of January. Then, yeah, those were the main issues regarding the concurrence, obtaining of the concurrence from the Minister of Finance. But the provisions have been amended, I think, 2 days back to remove the time frame of obtaining the concurrence from the Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Good morning. My question follows on the Cgca's responses. I just would like to know, are you registered? Firstly, congratulations for registering. And then the question is, which specific waste stream are you registered for?
Hello? Oh, there, the back. Who can respond to that? Who's responsible for this job? Oh, okay. I didn't know you were here, my closer.
Thank you so much. My humble apologies. I'm here. I had to drag myself out of my sick bed. We are registered for paper and other packaging, single-use packaging. And we also do metals, aluminum, the three main waste, solid waste streams. We haven't really registered for batteries, but we've got members that have requested that we look into that. We are looking, we are big on collaboration. If it's something that we are not confident or comfortable with, we already have partners reaching out to us, other PROs, because we're just brilliant like that, that want to partner with us to say the problematic materials that you might not, we are a baby PRO and we are proud of that. The other materials that we are not yet comfortable, you haven't grown into, we are happy to partner with you and we are open to that. So COO, rightfully so, is engaging in those high-level discussions so that we see where the business can go. But paper, plastic, and other single-use material, and your metal and lighting and electronic. That's the matter. We went for it all. We don't want a consumer, because I'm a big recycler. You get to a buyback center, the buyback center sends you packing with other materials. What do I do with that material? We want our buyback centers to accept everything and then channel them through so that the consumer that brings the material is not frustrated and takes back the material. So looking forward to have you on board. Thank you.
Greetings again, everyone. Is Makaveli here from Makaveli Distributors. I'm still dwelling in the regulation procedure. I'm willing to emphasize this on a government side. I heard somebody said representing government, if I'm not wrong. What efforts do you put to make sure that the regulation are being adhered to? I'm saying this because you said there are registration. Are you only dealing with your members, or do you have agents outside there? Maybe, let's say, let me ask if you do have agents, and how many per regions, to make sure that the rules are being adhered to and regulated correctly. So, thank you.
Is it with regards to EPR, the question? Oh, okay. The good part about the culture that we have built in the sector, we've had voluntary standards before. And let me say this in the context of the current food contamination, spaza shops, everything that's happening. We've got GS1 standards, right? The members that are here are on GS1. It's a voluntary standard. And we've got the Global Data Synchronization Network, where your products are all sitting and you communicate with your value chain partners. Where I'm going with this is that culture of adopting voluntary standards without a regulation is the same culture that would apply if there's a regulation. We keep our members accountable through education because we do not have the might of the law. We cannot go to, I'm picking on Mas because she's looking at me, Mas and say, Mas, ye shall. We do not have the power. Only government can say ye shall. We will say, Mas, we compel you, we urge you. We've sent recently a marketing campaign to everyone that is sitting on the GS1 database. As you always hear, we say we've got 9,000 members. We've sent it to all as an education to say, know about the EPR regulations that were implemented then. So you are liable since then. We cannot force the companies. The companies must make a business decision upon the advice from the Cgcsa that this is the way things are going. So that's how we nudge in the right direction. We advise, we support them. Some people are still not clear of the legislation. We've engaged over 100 companies who some didn't even know there's an EPR regulation. We took them through the journey up until a point where they can say, oh, now we are comfortable, we either sign with you. Some sail off and go and choose another PRO, but we remain available to them to guide them, advise them until they find the suitable PRO that's suitable to their internal processes. Thank you.
Do we have a question at the back?
Okay, thank you. So my question is going to come from the side of someone who's producing the product, right? You import the packaging. So once you import it, it's now, you are the owner now. You have taken ownership of the product, of the packaging, right? Is it your responsibility now to make sure that that packaging is in compliance? And if let's say now they find that it is not compliant, does it fall on you as the product producer?
Yes. So what I'll just relay what Colin has said. So the EPR regulations do cover the imported goods. Do you want to rather? Okay. Yeah, sure. So with packaging specifically, if you import over 10 tons of packaging a year of one of the identified products, then you are responsible for that packaging. And then it depends if, for example, it's a company that is established overseas and you are acting as their agent, they don't have registered offices in South Africa, then you are responsible to comply with the regulations, essentially, because you're importing those products. If they have a registered business in South Africa, that would be for their account. And then if you fall under the 10 tons, then it would be the responsibility of the retailer. So whoever is sending that packaging, or the catch is putting that packaging onto the market. So yeah, so it's usually that comes into play with the import of packaging.
Just to add one thing, I think the spirit of the act or the regulation is that you as a producer, you need to get your packaging suppliers to make, before they're in the design state or stage, you need to say to them, these are my requirements. You need to make sure that they are using recyclable materials and make, like for your, because it's your own packaging at the end of the day. So before you source it, make sure that they comply to these requirements that are before you even receive it. That's going to make it a little bit easier. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I believe I speak on behalf of most youth doing collection and recycling, right? So my question is, how do I engage with ENS, CGC in terms of me moving from or transitioning from a collector into a buyback center? Because the challenge faced with currently is that there's hawkers, so those unregistered buyback centers, you'd find that, okay, the one that is registered is closed at that time, and then you need to sell your products. However, at that point, the products that you sell, you're selling them at a lower price compared to the normal rate. So how do we get protected from those, and how do I transition from being a collector into a buyback center? Is there any type of support that you can get from CGCSA, ENS, or DFFE. As I understand, DFFE also does collaborate with small entities. However, what are the prerequisites or what are the requirements? We are aiming to catalyze employment. We are aiming to also collaborate with DFFE in terms of zero waste within a certain required time. However, we need more viability. Say in terms of application, I apply now, what is the turnaround time for me to get a response? And say for an instance, I do not qualify. What is it that you can help me to get a qualification to get that particular support?
So I think we haven't dealt a lot with informal collectors. I did a course like ages ago, 10 years ago, before the EPR system. Very happy to assist from a legal perspective. I know that I think it is one of the functions of the PRO to be that connection between the collectors and the levies that are collected and then the collection system. So I'm not sure on the Cgcsa side. Yeah, please go ahead, but very happy to assist where we can. So come get my card afterwards.
Thank you. Happy to chat outside. We issued an EOI expression of interest just recently. We received 20 applications of similar people that are in your space. Happy to engage and let's see what we can work out. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jabu. I just wanted to find out if you want to make, like you're producing and you want your packaging, let's say your glass bottles, you want your customers to return them, similar to what SAP is doing, and then you pay your customers cash. So do you need to register anywhere for that?
No, so you don't have to register necessarily. It's one of the obligations on a producer. So one of the obligations through these regulations is that you have a take back system implemented. And again, it's one of those fuzzy areas where PROs can, and I think in a collaborative manner, should be doing that program on behalf of many, if you aren't as big as an SAB, to kind of run that program yourself. I think it's something that a PRO can do. I'm not sure what the Cgca's PRO is going to do on that front, but the actual legal requirement is for the producer of those bottles. So you are required to have a system like that, but not necessarily register for it.
Okay, we just have 2 more questions in the audience and then 1 online question, and then we break for tea.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Maigiso from Daybreak Foods. My question/comment is more on, is there an opportunity to collaborate with organizations like ShopRite Checkers due to their distribution network, as well as the likes of the energy companies, in terms of allowing customers to be able to bring back their products for recycling purposes?
I think that is like an ultimate goal. So through this whole EPR system, it's trying to set up systems like that and what makes the most sense. And I think, as we said, the regulations are still quite early days. We're still figuring out registration and paying of the levies. And the paying of the levies are supposed to provide the funds to set up systems like this for collection and take back systems, which then will obviously be filtered, as you say, through a network to hopefully a recycling plant. So it's a really big full picture that all has to like fit in. And as you say, I don't think it can be done any other way but through collaboration, through industries and retailers. So it will be interesting to see where it goes. But I think there are no bad ideas and we do need to collaborate.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ella Matlapeng from Marina Nutrients. I'm grateful to be participating in this insightful seminar. I've got a question and a comment, maybe, if I can put it that way. So regarding the international labeling or just general labeling to be compliant, from my observation in this entrepreneurial journey, I've seen that the ESDs within the nation, within the business sector, to be supporting startups. And in my journey, I found that from the support that we're getting, the ESDs are not working in collaboration, and there's a lot of wasteful expenditure. So and we become vulnerable to some of ESDs or facilitators that in our emerging process, they want money. Somebody will say, I'm consulting, I can help you with the branding, etc., etc. Like I'm standing here, we are supported by GDAT for designing our labels. But most of the labels that are done for my branding, they're not compliant to the standard. So in here, who can I speak to so that we can correct? Because I'm passionate with what I'm doing. Thank you.
I agree. I'm not sure on the Cgcsa side. I know you have the labeling standards, so I'm not sure how you filter it out to your members, but I do agree, like buying those standards yourself is expensive, making sure that who you consult with complies properly is expensive. So I think I'm going to pass it over. I'm not sure who can.
Madla would be best suited, but I think so that we can speak to her after the break. Matlo, they stand up, Matlo, they. But we do label assessments, so there's a lot of work. So I think your advice, find associations that can help you to go through this, because as an individual organization, it's going to be difficult, expensive, but you need to, because we do even have alliance partners. We have an alliance partner program who we train through the statement so that they can print it in the right way so that it's not rejected by retailers. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So speak to the team, it's here during the break or during lunch. Thank you.
Okay, and then we have an online question. Chantal, over to you.
Julie asks if EPR relates to distributors of products or does it relate to manufacturers only?
Yeah, so the definition goes to a producer, and then the producer is defined in terms of sort of further iterations, but it's not normally your distributor. It's kind of quite a broad definition to catch as many parties as possible, in my view. But ultimately, you want it to be the manufacturer or the person who is producing that product, because as we've mentioned, then you have an opportunity to control the manner in which the product is produced, to reduce sort of material use, to design it so that it lasts longer and it can be recycled. But because of the kind of fragmented, or it can be quite, it's different for every product, how your packaging is sourced, for example, the definition goes a bit further and it can go to brands or brand owners. So it's a bit of a difficult answer or question to answer other than referring directly to the definition, but not distributors. As I mentioned, from a packaging of imported products perspective, if there isn't a registered owner in South Africa or the agent isn't responsible, it's under 10 million tons a year, then your distributor or your retailer would be responsible. So it really depends on the amount, the type of product, and how it's put onto the market.
Thanks so much. And that's a great question. We had a lot of deliberation on this, and we reached out to the department. I think I heard Ndatemukwana speaking, if he's here. What we picked up is that sometimes the producer of the material pays the EPR fees on behalf of the brand owner. Now, the brand owner, the department, when they see the name, they see Matlo, my brand. That person that produces the material might be paying, but they need to declare that I'm paying for Matlo's brand. So there needs to be a transaction that happens between yourselves, and also the department must know, because when they do enforcement, they will see your brand. So either both of you register so that the department can know on the other side. Yeah.
That's a great point. And what we've seen from our clients is when we ask about their products, the identified products, they will send us a letter from their producer that says, we provide the following products to the client that you're asking about, and this is our EPR number. So that's even another way. You don't necessarily have to register, I would say, as long as you ensure that your supplier is paying the EPR fee, and then you have a letter proving that they have registered, they have their registration number, and they are part of a PRO. So it's almost like an internal due diligence that you would have to do if you are a brand owner or a distributor. So just to make sure, because the other extreme is that there could be a scenario where more than one party is paying the fee on one product, and then it's overpaying or double paying. So you want to avoid that. So it's quite important to scrutinize where in the value chain it's being paid or should be paid. And we've had a lot of questions like that. Yeah, who should, where should we pay? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. We will break for tea and be back at past. Thank you.
Thank you.
So welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the tea break. We're going to do step chains. I'm Michelle Francis Badiachi. I look after the global standards on the GS1 South Africa side linked to the Consumer Goods Council. But this morning, I want to introduce you to Francesca Bujoli. She's the VP of Global Public Policy at GS1 Global. We're in 118 countries, and she's all the way in Belgium at the moment. And for 8 years, she's been the Chief Public Policy Officer in Europe, and now she has the big role of leading the public policy initiatives in GS1 across the globe. Her career expands and includes a mixture of public and private sector experience with Ferrero, the European Commission, and the Parliament, and a couple of other trade associations. She also studied corporate social responsibility at Harvard Business School, and international European law in the UK and Italy, where she received the highest recognition in cum laude. I'm going to let Francesca take the stage, and I think she's going to wow you with what GS1 can do, but also what's happening with sustainability, product passports, and all things standards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. It was a long time that I didn't hear such a nice presentation. Thank you so much. You introduced me so nicely and graciously. I hope I'll be at the level of the expectations for your audience, and I cannot tell you how happy I am to be with you today. I would have liked to be there in person. I'm connected from Brussels, where I send you my warm greetings to all of you. So yes, as Michelle was saying, I'm here to spend a few minutes with you on some sustainable regulations, especially focusing on the EU. But at first, maybe it is worth to say a few words on GS1. I know GS1 was mentioned before. I was connected with you in the previous 2 hours, so I've been listening to the fantastic debates and presentations you have had. And actually, thanks again for allowing me, because it was really very, very informative. So, and I've heard the GS1 being mentioned a couple of times. So just to remind everybody that we are a global standardization body, that we have strong values that drive us. Especially, I would like to underline the fact that we are driven by industry, and it's an important part of our DNA. And so we develop standards with industry, for industry, but at the end, especially with sustainability, those standards are really helpful for government goals like product safety, like sustainability, and we will go there more in a minute. So we have more than 2 million companies associated worldwide because they use what you will see here in this slide. They use the GS1 standards, which are all ISO standards. And we start by identifying products, locations, transport units, distributors, places, manufacturer places, locations, etc., pallets, and so on. So for many years, in the last 50 years, actually, for the first 30 years, we've been focusing a lot on how to make supply chains more identifiable, on how to enable automation. 50 years ago, the world was completely different compared to today, where we are speaking how to use the standards with AI today. But I'm telling you a little bit the story on how those standards have been developed. And once you identify those places, those entities, those products, those pallets, well, this is the first step to do the second part, which is how to capture this information and transmit it to consumers, to governments, to your business peers. To do so, you need carriers. It's as simple as that. You need data carriers that are present on products, on sites, in registries, in databases, so that through those carriers, by scanning them through a mobile phone or through scanners or through other different means, you can access to the information that they are allowed to. And then once you have done this, of course, you can create event data and start speaking maybe about traceability. And then this is where all the government's goals that have been described today, especially for sustainability, can be helped. And as a company, you can start meeting those goals. I'm not claiming that you get full compliance with the GS1 standards. I'm not saying so, but I'm saying that these are the basic layers for companies to build the data in a way that is open and interoperable, so that then they can leverage this and create more sophisticated solutions to fully be compliant with government's goal. But if the infrastructure, the basic data infrastructure, which is here in this slide, is not met, unfortunately, all the other challenges will be really very difficult. That's why those standards are global and open according to the WTO principles. We don't have the time today because I want to present on precise legislation, but it's important to consider the openness of standards, because this allows companies to keep costs at a reasonable level. I'm not saying this is without costs. I'm saying the costs through standards are kept at a reasonable level, but most importantly, the advantages that you get is that you get the data that you can share with all your peers, because you get data in an interoperable way. You don't get barriers to go from a cloud to a blockchain or other systems that you decide to use if you start by naming your products, your locations, your entities with names that everybody can read and that everybody can understand. Because if you start by using a system that is only meaningful to you, it's like giving to your kids a name that you only know as parents. Well, what happens if they go to school? What happens when they play with other kids? They have no names, so they need to reinvent the names. That's the real strength of the basic data infrastructure that GS1 can provide, the GS1 standards can provide. So for 50 years in the past, we've been doing this more with a logistic approach, with a traceability approach, and traceability can be very neutral. I only track and trace that the raw material went from country A to country B, it was remanufactured, it was used, etc. And then I track and trace the events. But the real point is how to transform this data, which is neutral, into something that is meaningful for sustainability or for circularity. And this demands data treatment. So in a nutshell, just to conclude this first part, I think that there is no circularity without circular data today. Companies cannot meet the sustainable requirements if they don't have data that is based on an open language and that ensures that they know their own inventories and that they know their own products in a way that enables them to be interoperable with the government systems, with the peers, the other economic operator systems. And that's the strength of having ISO standards that can enable this. And it's only one part, but it's the basic part that is needed then to develop further and more sophisticated solutions with a lot of solution providers. But the standards are really the beginning of the story. When you look at this map, I hope you are as surprised as I am, because I've been working together with the 100 member organizations of GS1 around the world on some of those legislations. These are very important for us. Those legislations impact the way GS1 develops standards and the data carriers, migration, etc. So we've been working separately with a lot of countries, and then we decided to put all of this in one slide. And I tell you, this is not exhaustive, but these are the most important legislative pieces that are going to impact companies in the sustainability and data systems. Because GS1 is not, it shouldn't be confused with a think tank, for instance, on sustainability. No, we develop standards, so we do both. We look at digitalization, data, and sustainability in this case, or due diligence requirements. So all those legislations are very important, but they have something in common. If companies can use those basic systems that I showed in the precedent slides and start by creating and structuring their own data in a global way, in a way that doesn't impose bottlenecks, they have, a big part of the job done. Because then you can leverage this information when you do your ESG reporting, when you do your EPR schemes, when you need to look at the taxes and know how many products you've been identifying. You can reconcile the data and be more sure that what is happening is really consistent with the productions you have, with the data exchanges you have, with how many goods traveled from your manufacturer plants, for instance, to retailers, how many goods went from retailers to consumers, how many goods were unsold. All this can happen through these basic requirements delivered by the standards. But most importantly today, Michelle asked me to focus a little bit more on Europe. So you have seen the bigger pictures before, but there is another bigger picture, which is only focusing on Europe. And I know every region can have this. But in Europe, I think in the last 5 years, and that's why I'm based in Brussels, and I can say it with a lot of certainty, the European Union has pushed a lot of regulations and directives and strategies under the Green Deal because their goal was to become the first decarbonized area of the world by 2050. But other governments have the same goal. And I'm speaking today while the COP29 is ongoing, and I'm sure you're also following those discussions to understand what will happen in the next 5 years. We still don't know, there is uncertainty. But if we look back in the past 5 years, this is what Europe has been doing. And again, this is not exhaustive, but there are a lot of regulations here that impact digitalization and data and impact the sustainable future of our planet. And all this implies that we have product data that is trustful, that is really comes from trusted sources, and that is interoperable and can be used for other purposes. So I will now focus on a couple of them, of those regulations, because this was what demanded for today. And I'm happy to share a little bit more about the digital product passport that the EU designed into a regulation that is called ESPR, which is Eco Design for Sustainable Products Regulation. I'm sure many of you know the regulation. So this regulation entered into force in July. So when I presented to you, and also in discussions with South Africa recently, GS1 South Africa, the regulation was not yet in place. We were still waiting for it to enter into force. It has entered into force now. So what I'm going to present now is mandatory. So I want to be crystal clear. All companies that are exporting towards the European Union finished products or components of finished products will need to comply with ESPR requirements, including by developing a digital product passport. So this is mandatory. This is not voluntary. It can be, of course, delivered through voluntary standards, but the scope per se is mandatory. This is the first time that we see an EU regulation that introduces product identification rules. That's why it was so important for GS1, because I told you we are specialists in identifying products. And so now this regulation includes mandatory product identification that should happen cross-sectorially and also cross geographies in the same way, because that language, that data language of those product data should be able to be read by customs. And if this happens in a proprietary language or in a way that only the companies that develop the products use only for themselves, the goods are not going to be able to pass custom. So that's why it's very important that we speak today all together. It's also the first time that data sharing rules are included in legislation cross-sectorially and that impact regions outside the European Union. And we will have now, not just this regulation, but a series of implementing acts that are going to happen in the next 8 to 10 years. Actually, yesterday, I've seen the first draft of the first consultation of those delegated acts. So we have started the second phase after the ESPR entered into force in July. It's also the first time that the EU establishes a portal, a web portal, which supports behind it a registry which contain information from entities, locations, and products that are exported towards the European Union. So the EU is creating a registry with this information. And I think this is important to be underlined because I've heard other regulators, other governments around the world that are very curious to know how this will work, maybe for them to do the same, or maybe for them to establish API connections on how to better work with those registries. But it's important to underline this. And all this comes with compliance, as I said. Companies will still be able to include further information into the digital product passport through a decentralized data system. And I will explain in a moment how this could happen. The digital product passport should also be uniquely linked to a physical product. So there are solutions today, very sophisticated, that can describe products through images in the virtual world. And, maybe you can find a digital product passport on the web of a product. But what is requested here in this legislation is not that. What is requested is that the DPP shall be uniquely linked to the product. This means that the data carriers should be accessible by consumers or by market surveillance authorities through data carriers that are sometimes engraved on products. So not just on the packaging, but engraved on products or permanently linked to the product through other ways. You may think about an RFID tag. You may think about, having explanations of when products are sophisticated. You may have a book with explanations, and the carrier should remain in there containing the identifier of the products that consumers bought. But there must always be this link. And access to the DPP database should happen openly, but there will be also a restricted data part for market surveillance authorities. And then the identifiers that I mentioned that are going to be demanded as a basic, and then you can expand further with more data. There should be identifiers for products, for facility, and for economic operator identifiers. Most importantly, if you are a company and you are now able to deliver a digital product passport, you also need to find a third-party solution provider who will back up a copy of the DPP, because it is a mandatory data structure. So if the company goes into bankrupt in the meantime, somebody needs to keep a copy of the DPP for the authorities. as far as the product remains on the shelves. So if you are a company and you sell products that normally are on the shelves, for instance, for 3-4 years, well, and you have an issue or your company disappears in the meantime, the data passport should remain and be available through third parties. And so this is also an interesting, probably opportunity. I see it as an opportunity for solution providers who would like to position themselves in this environment. So what are the groups of products that have been prioritized and where the DPP should be developed as of now? Well, the electrical vehicles batteries and industrial batteries have been the first ones. The regulation is out since already a couple of years, and it demands that those product passports should be already on the market by February 2027. And 2 years is very short period for companies that have 3 years time to market. So the Battery Alliance globally has started back in 10 years at the World Economic Forum to start preparing their positioning, etc. But it is a big change for them. Then all the other sectors that you see on the screen are going to be included one after the other, or sometimes in parallel in the next 5 to 10 years. Okay, so I think it's important that if you see yourself in one of those sectors, that you start grabbing more information on what your sector or your company needs to do to be compliant with the DPP, because it may take 1 year before you get your data ready, before you prepare your DPP, your digital product passport. As you can see, food is excluded, feed is excluded, beverages as well, and medicinal products, with the exception of medical devices, who could maybe one day be included. But we need to be realistic. The European Union is prioritizing sectors that will make a big difference on the environment if they are being under the digital product passport. So the world may be greener with steel, furniture, tires, textiles, construction products, detergents, toys, DPPs. But the impact of medical devices on a greener world is somehow filtered through the benefit of health. So those sectors really, and I say it based on the information I grab here from Brussels, those sectors are not going to be prioritized, but the ones that you see on the screen are being prioritized for sure. And also energy-related products demand some specific requirements then, and I know it's just around the corner. So this gives you a little bit an overview of the timeline of how and when this is all happening. There are some legal milestones that will need to be approved through 2025 and part of 2026. Product-specific rules will start to be formalized by the EU by the end of this year, and then next year, and as you can see, it goes until 2026. EU has had the elections in June. That's why you see that the beginning of the table, it's kind of empty, because, you know, they are busy now formalizing the new commissioners, the members of the parliament, etc. So after the elections, but from January, the legislative procedures are going to be fully restarted, and you know there will be the new goals, and those timelines will enter into force. So by mid-2026, there will be at least 3 things that will be adopted if you want to know, you know, what to do in the next months. So at first, they will set out procedure to issue and verify the digital credentials of the economic operators and other relevant actors that are necessary for the digital product passport. They will also establish the requirements for the DPP service providers, and actually, as of yesterday, they opened up a consultation on this one. The consultation will stay open only until the 10th of December. So we don't have a lot of time, as you can see, but they are consulting everybody, and you are invited also to answer from South Africa on those rules on the DPP service providers. And also, I want to underline that GS1, through Michelle, will be involved in this operation of sending comments to the European Union. So please reach out to her in case you want to be involved in our answer to this consultation. And then also the EU is busy developing its own registry. And now that I speak about this call for evidence, as I said, it closes by 10th of December, and it demands an impact assessment. But for those of you who are interested in this, we can speak offline. So per every delegated act that will be issued by the EU, we will have the same structure, which is the one that you see on the slide. There will be a working plan, then there will be a preparatory study and an impact assessment. There will be discussions in the eco-design forum adopted at the EU, and then the measures will be adopted, and companies will have 18 months before the measure applies. So in total, as soon as we start seeing the first drafts, we will be embarked in discussions that will last 2 years, more or less, including, before the measures apply, or 2 years and a half. And I think this is particularly important to underline this because some companies are not ready from the sectors that you have seen on the screen. And 2 years and a half, when you need to start from the basic requirements, is not a big lapse of time. And so it's maybe you feel the urgency in my voice, but I think it's important that we underline that this is coming. What is this DPP registry, the Digital Product Passport Registry that the EU is developing? Maybe in this way you see it in a bigger screen. So, as I said, there is a DPP web portal which is linked to EU. So these are done by the government, by the EU, those registries, okay? And as you can see on the right side of the screen, there is a decentralized storage DPP content that is possible, and also the DPP service providers will play an important role, as I already underlined, because they will keep a backup copy of all the DPPs. In this way, the portal becomes a place publicly available, virtually and publicly available, where market authorities, but also economic operators, consumer associations, think tanks, academia, researchers can go and search on how many products have entered the EU with a DPP. They can search through the DPPs, they can search through the locations, through the entities that have been registered. So in this way, that data, which will be depersonalized, so in case there are questions on how to depersonalize data, we can discuss this further, but the data, the personalized, will be available and then will be accessible. Then next to this, there will be a private part of the registry that will be accessible by the customs authorities, as you can see, by the legally required DPP registry management and market surveillance authorities, because they will need to check that the DPPs are available, are really complete, and that the data that is disclosed there really consists in the real world. It will be checked against the real world. So if you're a company, what do you need to do in order to be compliant with the DPP as a first step? You will need to register yourself through this web portal. In the GS1 language, this means that you will need to include your global location number, your global trade item number, and your facility number into the EU registry. Then you will get a number back, and you include this number in your custom declaration so that your goods can pass customs. If these 3 steps that are quite simple are not going to happen, your goods may be stopped at customs. And I think no companies want to leave this because it means a lot of disruption. Sometimes goods are perishable, they cannot wait there, etc. You don't want to go on the blacklist of the customs authorities and so on and so forth. So I think that this was an important part, the fact that customs is linked to DPP, but also the fact that this backup copy needs to be stored by the third party, as I said online, as I said before. And this can happen, of course, by agreements that are going to happen between manufacturers and retailers and their third parties, their solution providers. So this is also a way, from the EU perspective, this is a way to stimulate the data economy and discussions around product data among business. So it's B2B, what is going to happen. So because of the way I described the DPP, which is more for sustainability data, the DPP will also include indeed also, for instance, CO2 emissions related to the products that consumers have in their hands. And I underline this because sometimes it is a challenge to get CO2 emission per product. And we know how many discussions are ongoing on how to measure your CO2 emission. You have heard the previous presentations this morning. So the DPP will contain the CO2 emissions, but also it should indicate if in the products you have chemicals of high concern. So the main goal of the DPP is to transmit green data, sustainable data on products among peers, with the consumers, but also towards the governments, as I've been showing. So it's B2B, B2C, and B2G all at once. So authorities are demanding this data, like in the digital product passport, also for safety requirements, and product safety and consumer safety are very important. And actually, we at GS1, because we see this trend and because of the digital product passport, we asked all companies globally to migrate from the linear barcode, 1D linear barcode, to 2D dimensional code, because the 2D can carry significantly more data than the linear one. Only through a 2D you can exchange the digital product passport. So because our time is limited, I will use a very short sentence. Without 2D, there is no DPP on products that can be exchanged. We need to be crystal clear. A 2D is needed to carry the DPP. Those companies that you see on the screen are voluntary already migrating from the linear to the 2D. And I think this is an important step that will help the compliance with the digital product passport. There are also a couple of examples here that I included in 2 slides of companies that are in ensuring food safety, but also the digital product passport through 2D. So if you scan, for instance, this one, and this is an example of GS1 Tunisia, whom I thank, because they gave us the opportunity to show how a digital product passport could look like for a company like Socher, which is in the ceramic environment. You can scan it, you will see it. That's a demo, and you will get the slides if you cannot do it now in the room. Most importantly, what I want to say is that because the GS1 standards were developed 50 years ago, 30 years ago, as I said, more with a logistic mindset, we recently opened up a working group in order to adapt and refresh the standards for sustainability and for the DPP. So we have a working group that is open. If you are not a member, please sign in and join us. You don't need to be a GS1 affiliated or something to be member. We have more than 400 members so far, and we have core 4 chairs for incredibly global companies that are really trying to put their expertise also to support a common understanding on how the DPP could happen. You have H&M, you have P&G, you have Avery Dennison, and you have our co-chair for our own member organizations at GS1. Under that group, we just delivered a very important document that you have at the link on the slide, where we describe how to develop the DPP, how to help companies, what companies need to do. And in a nutshell, for those of you who are really data and techie, here is the string that you don't see behind a 2D, but this is what the 2D contains, and this is the strength of how companies can at first identify the product itself. You see, there is a global trade item number here, which is an ISO standard. But before that, there is a URI through this URI and the combination of the URI and the product identification, companies could get access and provide access to very structured data to their peers, to the governments, to the consumers, because on that webpage, which is called here example.com, on that webpage, you will find the DPP being described exactly as the authorities demanded, but you have the product code, so it should correspond to the product, which is what the regulator are demanding for. And then you can have also additional pages where you describe, I don't know, the certificates for provenance of your raw materials, or maybe how to best use the product in order to consume less energy, or your EPR schemes, etc., and so on and so forth. So I want to stop presenting. I know I put a lot of content. I hope this was at the level of the expectations. And I'm here really to thank you and to answer to your questions now. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
Thank you. So for the multinationals in South Africa, are these current EU decrees and directives, are we required to at some point comply with them? Is there a requirement currently or future?
Yes, you are. Yes, and the DPP is a mandatory data structure. Of course, if you export your goods towards the European Union, and the complication is when, you export to the EU, but maybe you export also towards other areas of the world where the DPP doesn't exist. So I think that the DPP will become your, I would say, entry point, because I know that sometimes multinational, they set the barrier very high. The highest level of the highest region in the world demanding data. So somehow, in this way, the DPP will become, replicable and usable all over the world. But in Europe, it will be absolutely mandatory. There is no doubt. It's included in a regulation that already entered into force. If you fall into the products categories that I show, I don't want to create any problems to food companies, beverages companies.
Mic is on. You can go ahead, Francisca, sorry.
Yes, I was saying that you need to fall into those product categories, for instance, textiles or paint or toys, detergents, cosmetics that I show on the screen. If you are in those sectors and you export towards the European Union, not just finished products, but also components of finished products, you will need to apply and develop a digital product passport before exporting.
Hi there, I have a question. So in South Africa, we use 13-digit barcodes. If we now move across to DPP for products that's exported to Europe, are we expected to manage two types of barcode banks?
No, I'll take that one, Francisca. So maybe you want to prime my presentation very quickly because it'll lead into the discussion. So no, the 13-digit code on your products in South Africa remains. What you're going to do is transfer that into the new QR code, and that's why we are here today, to help all of our multinationals, but also to say we've been inundated with queries from multinationals that are present in South Africa and we do export. What does it mean to get ready for the DPP, to get a global location number from GS1 South Africa and to get your 13-digit EANs or global trade identification number? That is all GS1. So you're good, just speak to us on how you're going to move to DPP and encode your data on the new generation barcode. Perfect. Thanks.
I have another question.
Good morning,
There's
my
one
name
in
is
the
Simpo.
front. If you can prime my presentation, it'll help us meet our 12 o'clock deadline. Thank you.
Okay. As a manufacturer and product producer, I'm a GS1 good standing compliant. I'm on all my products in all their variants. They're on the 600 code. And then I've seen most of the other multinationals, they still use their other code. And because now I'm ready to take my produce to the neighboring, the SADC, I'm not sure if from that even I'm going to go to the next this conversation for the open market for my products. So I'm not sure that I've seen the 1D and 2D. For that compliance, I'm not sure if do I have to still take my product and export them with the 600 code, or do I have to, for compliance, how do I do this, looking at both the 1D and 2D?
Okay, so thanks to Francesca, really great lead up to the next question. So I'm gonna take your question as soon as I'm done. So as I've mentioned, I'm Michelle. I do all things geeky on standards and technology. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about the migration. To your point, the ambition 2027 for the migration to 2D barcodes, and this is big for all of our manufacturers, is that retailers, wholesalers, logistic providers get ready that your scanners are able to scan the new generation barcode. So we're going to move slowly away from the linear barcodes with a GS1 identifier, whether that's issued from South Africa or the 118 countries, to these new generation barcodes. And it would be a GS1 barcode because it's got the QR code is a GS1 symbol or data carrier, and it has this little identity or 13-digit number in it. So all you do is changing the carrier, and you are now able to encode more information. And given the crisis of food safety in our country, this carrier can have the GTIN, the batch, the lot, and a best before and expiry date. Imagine the magic that would happen at point of sale to say, beep, don't sell. And we then work with the regulator to empower spaza shops with a simple scan, even on a phone, get the technology and the connections out there, not to sell expired goods to the informal sector anyway. So this we are meeting with the DTIC very soon, also to get the standard going so that we can get products marked with more information. So the key about the 2027 is not to have our brand owners and manufacturers panic. Is get ready to start using it, to understand the standard, but it's for retailers to get point of sales ready, their devices ready to start scanning. Because if we are importing goods from the EU or the US, P&G, Lindt, Unilever, Mars, Kellogg's, all of these companies are going to be beginning to be marking their products with these new generation barcodes, with more information that links to other sets of data. And that's the key part about today. We are here to support you in this migration. South Africa might think it's not going to happen. Believe me, it is happening. And to Francesca's point, I was in the DRC last week. I arrived back in the country on Monday. The Democratic Republic actually sells a lot of the copper and some of their mining products to the EU. And they are saying, hey, we've got to get ready for DPP. I've got to have a better traceability standard. We now want to be GS1 compliant because this is what Samsung and all the Apple phones that they use the minerals from the African continent to produce these products are saying, in order to trade with these countries, we're going to need to get ready. So that's the ambition, and GS1 South Africa is working with the region. I'm going to skip this slide because I think Francesca did a good job of saying, why do we need to move to a new generation barcode? It is really to get better inventory management given the crisis of moving inventory, managing expired goods, first in, first out. The sustainability challenge that we are, GS1, I think, will be looking at the data behind the products that links to how you market on the packaging. Coca-Cola is actually embedding GS1 codes on the plastic so that the recyclers can know what to do with that particular packaging. And then I think food safety is very, very critical for us in the context of what the standards can do to training our informal and formal sector on the GS1 traceability standard that is linked to ISO. So just a reminder, I heard there's the medical devices in the country. SAPRA has put a guideline out for pharmaceuticals and unique devices, medical devices. All pharmaceuticals, if you pick up a pack of scheduled drugs, you're going to see that they already have migrated to this 2D data metric. And on it, it has to have the expiry, the unique identifier, but also a serial number. So that if my son that has ADHD takes his Nucon or Ritalin and the batch doesn't work for a week, I know what to tell my neurologist or the pharmacy, and they will give me another one because it's marked within those QR codes. And already the meds that he receives, I can see it using this. So for better safety, and I think you would have heard SAPRA talk about falsified and substandard medicines. Healthcare is moving fast, and there's already a regulation asking for this for Nigeria, Zambia. I'm hoping that SAPRA would have ratified those guidelines before the year end. And then on point of sale, a lot of the retailers are already getting ready. You'll see this product. It's got a linear, and it has a 2D code. Just imagine you can do both of those things with one code, less space on your packaging, and move forward. So that's the beauty of our standard. And I just want to call out, I think I have 1 more minute. The last thing is we are not doing away with the linear code. We're saying you're going to have this, or the QR code, or the other data metric for pharmaceuticals, and you'll be able to still achieve unique identification of your products meeting the world standard, right? And remember, we cannot get a new system for SADC. We have to work with the global identification system. That's why GS1 exists. It's a global standard. We are cousins to ISO. It is well recognized by SANAs and SABs, and we are here to support you. This is just a beautiful example. I think Francisca had the similar example where this meat, and we are working with the red meat industry to identify all our farms in the country because they cannot trade with the GS1 traceability standard. The number is uniquely identified, the GTIN, the 13-digit number. They'll put the best before date into that code. They'll put the net weight content into that code and the pricing also into that code. So when somebody tries to counterfeit my product, they're going to have to counterfeit all the data in that QR code. They can't just go and deface it. So this move to 2D is massive for the country and the continent, and I think we really need to get excited about it. I'm going to leave this for the video that we wanted to play. I think ENS can send it through so we can keep up with time, but it really is a really good story about this love story of the 2D code, the linear barcode, marrying with the 2D code, and able to connect to the internet and more sets of data. So thank you for your time. Our website has a lot of details on everything that I'm talking about today. I wish I had more time, but on the 8th of April, please do visit our GS1 in Daba, where we're going to spend more than an hour and a half on this topic to make sure that the region is ready. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Ridwan Boda. He will speak on the current challenges for online retailers and possible solutions.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll just give the slides a minute to load. But welcome, everybody. I'm Ridwan Boda. I head up the Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Law Department at ENS Africa. I also co-head the Data Privacy Practice and the FinTech Law Practice. I'm not going to bore you. Oops. Sorry, just bear with us. Sorry. Trust it, the technology lawyer comes on stage and then we always have issues with technology. These things happen more often than we would like. Almost there. Okay, great. That's me. Part of my role, apart from being at ENS, that was nasty. Sorry, our guy at the back apologizes. But from my role at ENS, about 11 years ago, I was appointed by the United Nations to a body then known as the Privacy Advisory Group, but subsequently changed its mandate to the Data Governance and AI Expert Group. AI is a big theme of today's talk. It's not going to be AI focused only, but I'm going to start with the basics. In as much as we talk about challenges or current challenges and possible solutions, and I don't like the word challenges. My preference is these are opportunities for you. Yes, there are hurdles in the way. Yes, there are regulations. There's things that you need to be aware of. And hopefully through today's discussion, some of this will become a lot more clear to you. And I've broken down today my talk into two stages. Stage one, focusing more on, okay. Sorry. Stage one will focus on just some basic issues. Think of it as a back to basics. I always start talks with the premise in mind that people already know a lot. And I'm often surprised when I interact with audiences and even clients that sometimes it's a great idea just to remind us of the basics that need to be done when it comes to legal compliance, especially in the e-commerce space. So I'll start with some basic issues. I'll then speak about definitive trends in the e-commerce industry, and I'll touch on artificial intelligence generally. I'll also speak about AI recommender systems. What are some of the legal implications and risks related thereto? Then multi-payment methods. Again, something that I think companies and e-commerce providers or retailers take for granted is, you have multiple payment options, but as I'll point out to you, not all of these are always as legal as you think they are. I'll also deal with augmented reality and virtual reality. And then finally, I'll touch on voice commerce. Today is a big focus on e-commerce, so I won't be focusing on any technologies outside of e-commerce, things like warehouse automation, robotics, even drones. Although there's, the advances in, just the retail industry, warehousing, distribution, it's phenomenal and it's only getting wider and wider. So let's start with some of the basics. I'm going to start with an overview of everyone's least favorite topic, data privacy and protection. I think people are sick of hearing about POPI, but hopefully I'll dispel some myths around POPI, because all too often I hear the term, we can't do X, Y, and Z because of POPI. And hopefully I'll show you that's not always the case. Also, cybersecurity is a really big item. We, in the previous presentation, the advancement in digital passport technology, etc., is brilliant, but that also comes with its own risks from a cybersecurity perspective. There was a football team in Europe that partnered with a fintech company, and they had their normal sponsor name across, but they also had a little QR code on there directing anybody who scanned that QR code to the sponsor's website, and that encouraged people to sign up onto the sponsor's product. But what cyber criminals had done, they created fake T-shirts with fake QR codes pointing to a fake website. So QR codes is probably one of the single biggest risk areas or in cybersecurity today. And although it's a bit off topic, I just mention it because cybersecurity should always be at the forefront of your thinking. And again, I'll go through some of the reasons why. I'll touch on things like consumer rights and smart contracts, IP rights and digital content, algorithmic bias, especially in recommender systems, then contracting with providers who use artificial intelligence technologies, again, an often overlooked part of a lot of companies' strategies. And then finally, just a 30-second discussion on competition law in the digital markets inquiry. So let's start with data privacy. There's a lot happening which is affecting e-commerce parties or players in the digital or data privacy space. The Information Regulator of South Africa is soon to publish a new direct marketing code of conduct, and it was originally intended to focus on spam phone calls, but it's going to have a lot more wide-reaching implications than that. Also in the European Union, there's a big drive towards re-looking at a number of laws. Some of the advancements coming up is the European Union Data Act, which is also going to impact on South Africans exporting to the European Union. I was in Europe 2 weeks ago for a conference, and one of the speakers, brilliant talk, this gentleman put up a slide, and he showed that in Europe there are over 100 different laws which applies to the digital space. Now, certainly in South Africa, we don't want to be constrained by that much red tape and regulation. But as somebody, as a party selling into the EU, you need to be aware of these, and these are significant. The compliance risks are significant, and the compliance costs and investment is also significant, but that's a quid pro quo for the retail or for the opportunities in Europe. I think it's a given. Most of you, I would hope all of you have gone through POPI training through your internal organization. And there's lots of talks about fines and reputational loss, etc. I'm not going to go through all of that. But certain basics to bear in mind in e-commerce. I think one of the most important, or one of the biggest myths is that you always need consent to do certain things when it comes to data. That's a myth. You don't always need consent. Consent is generally 1 out of 6 recognized grounds for lawfully processing of personal information. And anybody who tells you that you always have to have consent, that person needs to relook at the act and read a lot more about the law. So again, it goes to one of those myths around POPI and POPI compliance. All too often, I hear marketing teams, I hear sales teams coming to tell me, we can't do X, Y, and Z because of POPI. That's not the case. I do lots and lots of work for different sectors, different industries, and we've never ever found, apart from in one instance, which was a very rare instance, a case where we could not help clients actually utilize data from various sources, etc., to achieve certain commercial objectives. So even in your e-commerce space, don't always think that you need consent. Yes, consent is great, and if you can get it, if you've drafted it, your consent properly, there's a lot you can do with data. But don't always think that consent is the only ground. Also, make sure you implement what's called privacy by design principles. So as you advance and as your solutions advance, as your e-commerce systems are developed, make sure that you factor in privacy upfront. What this means is that in the development stage of suppose you're launching a new retail solution or shop or online shopping platform or whatever it may be, a storefront. Upfront, think about what your privacy risks are and build it in upfront. So that's what privacy by design means. Instead of developing your entire system after the thought, trying to retrofit privacy and then only asking the question, but what about data privacy? It's too late then, because the changes that would need to be made to your system, the investment in those changes could be so crippling to you. You may just say either you're going to ignore legislation, which a lot of companies do, or you're going to say, let's start from scratch again, in which case you would have lost a lot of time and a lot of money in that process. Also, align your e-commerce platform or your website with your information office. If whoever runs your e-commerce divisions or portals or online ordering systems, whatever it may be, if you have not had discussions with your information office, then you're missing a big step in your internal compliance. In fact, the entire theme of today is getting to understand the law better and helping you comply with the law, and in a pragmatic way. I mean, it costs a lot to comply with the law. It's a given. That's why a lot of companies take the view they won't comply with certain laws. South Africa, it's unfortunate that we have this culture that companies adopt what's called a pragmatic approach to legal compliance. It's the same thinking like, I'll speed on this road because I know there's no camera or traffic up there. I think all of us do it. It's ingrained into the South African psyche, but very different to like Europe or Australia or other jurisdictions where companies invest a fortune in legal compliance simply because they're scared they're going to get fined or sued or be in the news for the wrong reasons. So align your e-commerce platform with your information officer. If you've not conducted a risk assessment on your e-commerce platform, do so. And your risks are wider than just privacy risks. There's a number of other risks. I'm not going to go through those in too much detail. But if there's 3 things I want you to take from today. So even if you don't listen to anything I say, there's 3 things I really do want you to pay attention to. Number 1, Don't say you can't do it because of Poppy. If anybody tells you that, please ask them to phone me. I'll show them how to do it. Okay, that's the first one. Number two, cybersecurity. So you can't run an e-commerce platform without being concerned about security. Imagine a hacker gets into your system, cripples your system, holds your products ransom. Alternatively, a hacker gets into your system, starts mining your data, and starts attacking your consumers. I had an experience recently traveling abroad. I won't name the country, but I was traveling there. I was forced to sign up to a specific app because I was with somebody who didn't like to use Ubers and private taxis as I preferred to do, and they insisted that I experience the city by using public transport. Nothing wrong with it, great way to explore place. But I needed to sign up to an app. That same night, I started getting bombarded by spam phone calls from a number of different countries across East Europe. So calls from Romania, Croatia, Belarus, from Russia, all because that system where I logged my details in was not a secure system. So don't make your e-commerce platform the entry point for cyber criminals. Cyber criminals don't use their own infrastructure to target you. They use somebody else's infrastructure. And if your portal is the source of those cyber attacks, again, it's problematic for you for a number of reasons. The last thing you need is you've got a very successful e-commerce platform, and a cyber criminal just locks you out of it, holds you to ransom, cripples your system. Or worse than that, redirects payments to their own account. So here you are selling all these products without anybody even realizing it, because everything happens in an automated way. Orders are being processed, orders are being fulfilled, but payment is not going to your bank account, it's going to somebody else's bank account. So be aware of this. You cannot afford to have or run an e-commerce platform without your cybersecurity teams looking at it. And proactive and reactive solutions are required in this regard. There's different types of protocols and interventions which you can put in place. I'm not going to go through those with you, but I do think it's quite interesting recently. So the information regulator hasn't issued a lot of enforcement notices, but one of the enforcement notices was issued against Dis-Chem, and this is coming from the information regulator's website, so it's public knowledge. And what the information regulator required Dis-Chem to do, it was to implement an adequate incident response plan, to implement payment card industry data security standards. That comes at a significant cost. I mean, that compliance is not cheap. And also maintaining vulnerability management program, implementing stronger access measures, and maintaining an information security policy. So one of the things which you should be constantly doing with your IT teams is assessing the state of cyber security readiness and preparedness of your e-commerce platform. If you're not doing that, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when you are going to be the next target. South Africa is one of the most targeted countries in the world when it comes to cyber criminals. And you need to be aware of this. And this is something that you really need to pay attention to. Next is consumer rights and smart contracts. So managing digital transactions and the way contracting has taken place. These days, contracting takes place mainly in a digital manner. But in doing so, make sure that you comply with legislation. So there's the Consumer Protection Act, there's the Electronic Communications and Transactions Act. I'm not going to go through these in detail with you, but ensure that you pay attention to these in developing your online terms and conditions. Don't do a simple copy and paste. So I came across a client asked me to order their website recently for compliance, and I looked at the website, and literally they had copy and pasted terms from another website. People didn't even bother to change the name of the company. So that's how I picked it up. That this company, a developer simply said, "I done a project before. I'm just going to use the same terms and conditions." This is not the developer's responsibility. This is your legal team's responsibility. This is your business owner's responsibility to ensure that you've got proper terms and conditions. Also, don't look at it as a cost. If you draft your terms and conditions properly, this is one of the single biggest business opportunities for you. Because if you craft your terms in a clever enough way, you can do a lot with the data that you receive. You can do a lot to insulate yourself from clients. You can protect yourself against clients. Yes, there's a legal framework in which you need to operate, but there's a lot of opportunities in there. So if you're thinking that your terms and conditions on your website, it's just something you copy and paste and it's just there in the background and nobody ever reads it, think again. For me, that is one of the single biggest missed opportunities for e-commerce players. And I vet so many e-commerce provider sites, and I look at their terms and conditions. It's generally very basic. Okay, it complies, but it doesn't unlock opportunities for you. And that's the difference between a very pragmatic commercial technology lawyer like we are at ENS versus somebody who just does terms and conditions from a textbook or asks ChatGPT to do so. Another thing to be aware of is cancellation processes. This is starting to become a big issue. For those of you who follow me on LinkedIn or will follow me on LinkedIn, you'll see this is a theme I'm going to push quite a lot in the coming month. The only reason I'm doing it because I'm a very frustrated consumer in my own personal capacity. I've signed up to more than one service where there is a cancellation process stipulated, but try and cancel that service. You can send multiple emails, you can speak to the call center agents, and 3 months later, your account is still being debited for that very same service. What this is going to do, it's going to lead to a reputational loss on your part. Worse than that, you could get sued. I mean, if I had the time at my disposal, I'll actually start a class action lawsuit against some of these companies because they really, I don't think I'm the only consumer affected by this type of practice. And I was joking with my team the other day, I should actually start a lodge a criminal complaint and have all the directors of that company locked up because this is nothing more than fraud in the way some of these companies craft the cancellation processes. So be aware of this and be aware that make it easy for, yes, you want the opportunity to have a discussion with a client who wants to cancel a process, a contract. Nothing wrong with that, but do it responsibly. Don't do it in such a way where you're going to frustrate your consumers. Your reputation gets tarnished. You see Hello Peter complaints just stacking up against you. You see negative publicity on your social media accounts. And worse than that, you're going to get sued by somebody who has time on their hands or who's gone to, who's a very disgruntled consumer. Just some basic solutions for you to consider. When you are drafting your terms and conditions, use plain language. And for that, ChatGPT actually works. So ChatGPT has got this brilliant new feature. It's on the paid version, ChatGPT 4.0 with Canvas, not Canva, the digital marketing or digital product creation app. It's called ChatGPT with Canvas. And this allows you to tailor your documents. So I can ask ChatGPT draft terms and conditions. And then it's got a little slider. I can ask it to change the tone to someone who's at graduate level, then at high school level, then at kindergarten level. So really easy to use simply by just toggling a little button, and in real time, in literally a second or two, your terms and conditions are amended. So leverage tools like this. So if you are the person responsible for drafting your terms and conditions, if you're struggling, as a lot of lawyers do, in simplifying language, and I know I personally struggle with it, utilize tools like ChatGPT. Obviously, there's rules when you use these type of tools. Don't input personal information. Don't take third-party IP, etc. I'm not going to go through that in too much detail. Later on in the AI section, I'll speak about different types of artificial intelligence tools, ChatGPT being one of them. Then the next thing, IP and digital content, always a very big a factor in any e-commerce setup. So make sure that you protect your original content and designs. I had a friend of mine, she used to do digital drawings and cartoons, more like on the anime side. Recently, she actually developed a catalog of different t-shirts that she sells with all of her designs. And just yesterday, she sent me a link to somebody else's website where this person's basically copied her designs and passing it off as their own work. So take steps to proactively monitor and protect your IP, and your IP lawyers can assist a lot with that. Make sure that you take steps to enforce non-compliance, combat things like counterfeit products, etc. And using AI is great, but be aware of the terms. I'll speak about the real world case around what happened to a client of ours in the coming slides. But just again, when it comes to IP protection, get the basics right. Register your trademarks and your other IP. Protect your domain names. Protect against typo squatting and things like that. Vet third-party terms and conditions, because especially if you are using third parties to generate IP for you, maybe you've got a software developer who's developing your website for you, make sure that you own the IP in that website and not the developer. We had a client a few years ago. He was in the reinsurance business, and then he came up with this brilliant idea. He figured out that in the funeral claims processing industry, not the most glamorous of industries out there, but still very valid, that the entire process when somebody passes away, to lodging a claim, to then contracting with a florist, an undertaker, a cemetery, whoever it may be in that value chain, it was all a very paper-based automated process. And he went to a friend of his who was a developer. They were very excited about this, and they developed this brilliant product. This product was so good within a period of a year, so it actually overtook his core business. And he started scaling up and getting bigger and bigger, and the product was really amazing. And then after about 2 or 3 years, his sales staff would call upon funeral parlors, florists, and the like, and these people will say, "But we already signed up to this, to a similar platform. We don't need your platform." And then he said, "But how is this the case? Mine's the only platform around." When he did more digging, he found that his friend, who was his developer, actually developed a competing product, and what he thought was his IP actually belonged to the developer. And now when you approach the developer, obviously the relationship was very tarnished and strained at this stage. The developer told him, "Actually, you don't own the IP in any of this. I own the IP. And if you want to continue to use my IP going forward, here's the additional license fee," which basically crippled his entire business. So do the basics right. If you are developing an e-commerce portal, an e-commerce store, or whatever it may be, an advertising campaign, a campaign with an influencer, make sure that you've protected yourself from IP risks and that you own or you've got proper contracts in place safeguarding against IP. And be very, very careful when using artificial intelligence. I'm going to come back to this point in the slides to come, so I won't go through this in too much detail at this stage. Then algorithmic and data bias. This plays a role more in the artificial intelligence space. I'm not going to go through the boring things around what are algorithms and how do AI models work and all of that. We run a separate course for that in its entirety. Look out for your emails and our social media accounts. In the new year, I'll be running a series of courses on artificial intelligence where we go through a lot more detail. But be aware when you're using AI systems that these systems are great, they're easy to use, they produce lots of input, but you need to be aware of the end user terms and conditions. And if you are using or getting a third party to develop an AI system or product for you, you need to ensure that you've got proper contracts in place. Again, I'll come back to this point very shortly. But basically, adopt an AI policy. Make sure that your staff are trained on AI, and make sure that you've got proper AI contracting standards. And if you're unsure where to start, speak to us about what we call our AI toolkit. It's a really great place to start. It helps you fast track your compliance with AI. And it's more than just ChatGPT, because AI is far more broader. ChatGPT is there. It's one tool of literally thousands, if not tens of thousands, coming to the market. And it's really great it's really great to utilize, but not without risk. Then another issue which has been in the news recently is taxation, and which touches a bit on competition. But I think Shein, Timo, they came into the market, and a lot of local retailers are very disgruntled because of it. I mean, platforms are like, I think, Superbalist or one of the other ones recently closed down simply because the competition was becoming too intense. So what both Timo and Shein did, they exploited a concession under a custom and the tax laws, where basically packages valued under 500 Rand, people would be liable to pay only 20% and pay no VAT on it, which basically made their products very cheap. The products are cheap to begin with, but because of the lack of import duties and no VAT on it, it just, it kept those products quite cheap, and local companies are struggling to compete with the pricing on these platforms. It was estimated that the fiscus lost about 3.5 billion Rand in potential taxation revenue. So what SARS did with effect from 1 September 2024, an interim measure was implemented where requiring retailers to pay VAT on top of the flat duty of 20%, which importers are currently paying. There were rumors, sorry for the typo there were rumors that it would have been 45% plus 15%. We haven't seen that that's not yet concrete. But basically the 20% flat rate is it's in line with the World Customs Organization's framework. And what this means is that large international retailers will be required to pay increased rates on imports in SA. What that does, it helps other retailers, I wouldn't say compete on an equal footing, but because the pricing is becoming more expensive to the end consumer, it assists retailers locally who are trying to sell products and just find that it's almost impossible to compete with the likes of Shein and Temu, just because those products become more expensive. Great for retailers, not great for consumers, just depending who you are in the value chain. I think my next slide, please. Sorry, this battery is dead. If I can just ask you to scroll to the next slide, please. Then the last point, just on the general back to basics section, is updating your contracts, especially when it comes to using artificial intelligence. And I'm going to speak a lot about artificial intelligence for the rest of this discussion. But there's an increasing number of companies who are becoming concerned that service providers are using artificial intelligence technologies. We recently had one of our clients come to us and say they contract with an advertising agency. This advertising agency charges them, really hefty fee. And in the past, that fee made sense because there was a real human being doing the work. These days, what the agency is doing, they're using artificial intelligence tools, and what would take literally days, if not weeks, to create a full, marketing program, whether it's logos, brochures, letterheads, templates for the e-commerce platforms, etc. Literally using artificial intelligence, those tasks can be done in a space of an hour or two. But these agencies started leveraging AI technologies without passing on the financial benefit to the end user client. Great if you're the agency, because your profits have increased significantly by leveraging AI. Not great if you're the consumer. So what a lot of companies are starting to do, those companies that are procuring any type of service, they're starting to embed AI restrictions into their terms and conditions. And what this essentially boils down to is that if you are in a company's procurement division, when you go to procure services, you're now going to start placing restrictions on your service provider in using AI. It's not to say you don't want them to use AI, but you want them to disclose the fact that they are using AI. You want that to factor in judging the efficiencies gained by using AI. You want it to factor into the end price that you're paying. So no longer are you paying for one full-time resource doing work for you for a full month when AI tool is doing this in a matter of a day or two, and now you only need 2 or 3 days of a resource's time. You also want to ensure that those systems are properly vetted, and there's been a concerted effort by the agency to vet the terms and conditions, vet the fact that, or vet whether that system has ingrained bias built in, whether it has any concerns from a privacy perspective, whether there's any IP concerns, etc. We recently had another client, a major bank, who decided for a specific division within their bank to undertake a rebranding exercise. And somebody said, fine, they're going to use an AI tool for this. Came up with a brilliant marketing program, new logo, new design, new website, new everything. And this went through to management level, CEO level, board level. Everything was signed off. They had this grand launch. And then somebody at the bank, one of the lawyers, said, actually, did we ever look at the terms and conditions of these AI sites? And they used 2 AI sites. The one site was fine because it attributed all IP ownership in the end user client. So the bank actually owned the IP in the output. But there was another site which said, you don't own the IP, we own the IP, and we're licensing that IP to you. And that was the more problematic of the site. So here we had this bank run this entire rebranding exercise, new website, new branding, new domain names, new everything, invested countless of hours getting approvals, building their or publicizing their new branding, etc., only to find out that they don't own any of the IP in their own brand. I mean, this is catastrophic. So be very careful when you're using AI. And again, there's just some basic things you can do. If you don't know where to start, tongue cheek. The second thing I told you, there's two things which I want you or three things that I want you to take away from today. Number one, don't say you can't do it because of Poppy. Number two, if you don't know what to do, as you can see, WhatsApp me, email me, call me, winky eye as well. I say that tongue in cheek, but hopefully you would have learned a lot from today's session as well. That brings me to an end of the first section today. These are just some of the general risks around which companies face. I haven't gone into other risks which we've dealt with previously in previous years. For the next section, I'm going to deal with trends in e-commerce, and the underlying word here is efficiency, because that's what companies are striving for. It's efficiency. There's a number of different types of technologies which are starting to make an impact on e-commerce. I'm not going to talk about technologies which sit outside of the e-commerce realm. The metaverse, which is probably a bit of a hybrid, I'm not going to talk about that. We've spoken about that in detail in previous years' editions. I'm not going to talk about platforms and their benefits and risks. We spoke about this in previous years' editions, but if you are keen on learning more, please just get in touch with me. But today I will touch on some very interesting new tools, artificial intelligence generally, then things like AI recommended systems, voice commerce, another interesting development, augmented reality or virtual reality, again, interesting area, user personalized experiences, multi-payment options, and I'll touch on those type of technologies in the slides to come. So let's start with AI generally. If you look at the top 5 AI trends in e-commerce, chatbots are number 1. I met with a gentleman from IBM recently, and he summed AI up very brilliantly. He said 80% of all AI is basically a chatbot, because that's what you're dealing with. But chatbots are now being integrated into e-commerce websites. Sometimes these chatbots are great, other times they're a disaster. I mean, your clients will hate you because there's nobody to speak to anymore. You're speaking to a computer that doesn't know what it's saying, or the computer hasn't been trained properly and is spurting out things which are not relevant to the client's query. And that leads to a very frustrating consumer experience. I'm not going to go through chatbots in a great degree of detail. There's also things like visual search, social media analysis, recommender systems I will speak about, and augmented reality I will speak about. You can see that AI is transforming e-commerce significantly. There's marketing of e-commerce being affected. Services are now can now be offered at a lower space because AI is making systems cheaper to run. It's making campaigns cheaper to run, etc. And there's a whole lot of other benefits. I don't think I need to sell you on the benefits of AI, but what I will do is speak about some of the risks around AI and AI risk management. Number one, the single most, again, another important thing, FOMO. I've got it very big. Don't suffer from FOMO when it comes to AI. In fact, when it comes to procuring technology, don't suffer from FOMO. So the fact that you may find that, you know, one of your competitors or two of your competitors are using a specific tool or product does not mean that that product or AI tool is fit for purpose for your business. You need to always assess, do I really need this technology? What benefit is it going to bring to me? Will my users actually embrace this technology? Because we see so many times the development of what's called shadow IT, or even now shadow AI. So this is where users, our company spends a fortune in implementing a specific technology. Users actually hate the system, so they don't use it, but they use other tools which they find free in inverted commas on the internet, or which they may use other tools and even other AI tools, and that's where shadow IT and shadow AI comes to the fore. So when it comes to AI risk management, number one, don't suffer from FOMO. Make sure that you are applying your mind. Is the tool that you intend to use worth your while? Is it going to meet your business objective? There's obviously other rules which I'll speak about shortly. Number two, your board must lead your AI strategy. If AI is not being led at board level, then your board is being remiss in their duties. Your board has a duty for information governance and technology governance. AI straddles both. And if your board is not taking the lead Even if they've created a department and delegated that function, at least they've done something about it. But if you have that type of workplace where all of your staff are using all sorts of AI tools and applications, there is no concerted strategy, there's no proper policy in place, there's no training, there's no cybersecurity vetting, there's no legal vetting of these tools, you're going to end up in the situation that our client, the bank, landed up in, or worse. You're going to find that some of your proprietary information may be or put up into an AI system. Samsung learned this the hard way a few years, just when ChatGPT came to the fore. Samsung's developers in Korea were taking proprietary Samsung code and inputting it into ChatGPT, not realizing that the moment they shared that input, it became known to the wider community out there. So they took trade secrets, uploaded it onto ChatGPT, and it became public knowledge. So your board must take the lead. You should be having by now a policy on AI. Even if your policy says you may not use AI, that's still a policy. And whether that's the right or wrong policy, it's for you to assess. But where we work with a lot of companies in policy development is, again, it comes back to what type of tools do you want to use. If you are that company who only is concerned about ChatGPT, that's fine, because ChatGPT, it's legally vetted. The risks are fairly well documented. Even ChatGPT itself can tell you the risk of using it. But it's been a tool approved by your management. It's gone through legal vetting. It's gone through some form of cyber security vetting, not always the easiest thing to do with third-party tools, especially in the cloud. And hopefully your staff would have been trained on it. But if you are that company who is integrating AI into your operations, so as you'll see in the next slide, the different types of AI that you can integrate into your e-commerce offerings, then you need to do a lot more, and your policy needs to say a lot more. And your staff need to be much better trained and much better equipped. You also need to make sure that when you are developing these solutions, that somebody is actually bothered to look at the terms and conditions to make sure you don't land up in a situation where you're illegally using a tool, or you think a tool is free, meanwhile it says that for commercial use, there's a fee payable, and a year down the line you get slapped by some auditing or royalty company for a whole host of usage fees that you were not aware of. So it makes business sense for you to have these contracts vetted and also approved internally. Also, your AI program and your privacy program must work hand in hand. The two can never be divorced from each other. Privacy is one set of risks in AI. There's a myriad of other risks. Again, I'm not going to go through these in a great degree of detail. We have a whole separate training event for that. But make sure that you align your artificial intelligence with your privacy program. What this essentially means, if you are using, as you'll see in the next slide, a virtual reality or augmented reality product, and you're developing so your consumers can interface with it, the data that's being input into that system, you want to make sure that your privacy team has signed off on the fact that it doesn't contain personal information, or if it does contain personal information, you've got a basis in law to actually utilize it, whether it's consent or one of the other 6 bases in laws for being able to lawfully utilize somebody else's data. Also, make sure that when you're looking at your AI system that you've interrogated the IP rights. You really don't want to be in the position the bank was in, where they've got this very embarrassing situation where they've got this brain out there and it's actually owned by a third party who they don't even know. And also then finally, you have to align your AI tool usage with your cybersecurity team. So your security teams have to vet these tools. The reason we say this, ChatGPT is the obvious example. It's a fairly reputable company. Yes, it's being sued, but by and large, I mean, it's well known. But there's literally thousands, if not tens of thousands of different AI tools out there. Not all of them are as, some of these tools are intrusive. Some of these tools, the user consents and permissions you give it is absolutely intrusive. And you're going to find, you're going to end up in a lot of problems. Some of these may be riddled with malware, spyware, and things like that. Some of these may be used by hackers as a backdoor to get entry into your e-commerce portal, etc. So be aware of this. So those are some of the basics you should be doing when it comes to AI risk management, just generally. Some of the more advanced things which some of our clients have done is develop an AI ethics committee. We've also helped certain clients with developer guidelines and training. So if you are building your own AI systems internally, it's just aiding your developers in better understanding the risks around AI, and whether it's IP risks, privacy risks, there's a whole cybersecurity risks and other risks, and just how to deal with these risks practically. Also, AI ethics risk assessments are also quite important. I mentioned at NS we developed something called an AI toolkit, and it helps companies fast track your AI adoption. So if you are interested in it, please do reach out to me or a member of my team. So that's just AI at a very general high level. Let's speak about AI now in the e-commerce space, and focusing on some specific technologies that we're seeing becoming coming to the fore. Recommender systems or personalized user experiences is one. So as you can see, put this drawing on the board here, customers who bought this item, a gun, also bought this item, a balaclava. So that's the type of, that's an example of a recommender system. What a recommender system essentially is an AI algorithm which is used to suggest or recommend products to you or other contents to users. So you may go on Netflix and you watch a certain program, you like it, and it starts suggesting things to you. So that's a recommender system. In the retail space, recommender systems are becoming really, really important. So somebody, for example, may buy a suit, and it may recommend a tie to go with that suit or a shirt that goes with that suit. But in developing your own recommender systems, it can lead to a lot of embarrassment. We've seen recommender systems, for example, where there was a company that had a recommender system in place and they were selling plus size clothing, and all of a sudden the system the platform started recommending goods for pregnant ladies, because it thought that this lady was not just was wearing plus size clothing because the lady was pregnant. And like this, I mean, this is a mild example of a recommender system going wrong. There's a lot more harsh recommender systems. I mean, take kids' toys, for example. A kid may buy a certain toy, and all of a sudden, the next recommendation is now adult toys, and now you're in a very dangerous realm. So be very aware when you are dealing or implementing recommender systems. They really are useful in discovering new products and services. But when things go wrong, you want to be able to point the finger at someone, because if your recommender system goes wrong, somebody had probably developed it for you. If it's your in-house developers, if you didn't take that responsible step of training your developers on risk, equipping your developers with sufficient knowledge and understanding and even tools to be able to prevent those situations from happening, then you as a company at fault. If you've gone out and procured a solution from a third party, and if you haven't put in place a proper contract, chances are that contract is going to say, we're developing this for you, but by the way, if anything goes wrong, you're on your own. Don't sue us. Don't look at us. We're not interested in you. About a year and a half ago, I did a presentation to a board of directors of a company. Before me went Cgcsa, then went Microsoft, and then I was last. And Cgcsa and Microsoft with their beautiful slide presentations, not like boring lawyers in black and white, selling all these amazing products. And it really was eye-opening, amazing technology, amazing products. But at the end of the session, I asked them tongue-in-cheek, I said, this is all great. I love this technology. It's brilliant. But I can guarantee you, board of directors, when you are contracting with Cgcsa and when you are contracting with Microsoft, read the exclusion of liability clause, which they probably won't even want to negotiate with you. And you're going to find that chances are those liability clauses are definitely, not chances are, those liability clauses are not weighted in your favor. They're there to insulate the service provider. So be very aware. When things go wrong, you want to be able to point the finger at someone, not because you are a nasty person who likes to blame people, but because you need to fix things. Your consumers are aggrieved with you. So you need to be able to tell your consumers, we did everything right. We contracted properly. We use reputable developers. We're taking legal action against this company that did this. We apologize. It's much easier than saying, sorry, we had fault, and that's it, no explanation. So there's different types of recommender systems, and you can see the cartoon on the board. In this case, a gentleman is procuring some adult services, and customers who bought that also bought medical services. You can draw your conclusion why that's the case. But there's different types of recommender systems. So there's the type which suggests content to users based on preferences of other users with similar tastes, or it bases recommendations on characteristics and features of an item, or it's hybrid, so it's got both techniques in place. From a legal perspective, what do you do about these recommended systems? So number one, you must be aware of the legal and the ethical risks. Privacy law violations are huge. In any AI development project, you're going to need to train your AI model, and that relies on data, and that's where people get tripped up with privacy concerns. I'm going to show you an example shortly in a different slide where personal information is being used to train an AI tool. In this case, it's with Shein, sorry, not Shein, Sephora, the global retail makeup chain. But you'll see that personal information was used in that. In that case, I'm assuming Sephora did all the right things legally, because I haven't heard anything negative about the system. But be aware that you could be infringing a third party's privacy, even in developing your own recommended systems. Also, if you've got very intrusive tools into scanning user preferences, so if you are using not just the website as a basis for making suggestions, but other data points from other sources, again, you could get tripped up from a privacy perspective. So be aware of this. Bias and unfair discrimination, it happens a lot. Lack of transparency, consumer manipulation is becoming a big thing. That consumers are now being prompted to buy more and more and more. Anti-competitive behaviors, recommendation of inappropriate contents. I've used the example already. There are a number of mitigation steps that you can take. So implement transparent algorithms. So avoid what's called black box AI systems where you don't know what's happening within the system. Regularly audit your AI systems, your recommended systems for fairness and bias. Adopt privacy by design principles. Again, I've spoken about privacy by design. Ensure that there's compliance with legal and regulatory frameworks. So you're going to need legal advice when you are developing these systems. And generally just follow internationally accepted guidelines on the ethical use of AI. In South Africa, there is yet no legislation or self-standing legislation governing AI, but we do have a number of laws which impact on AI usage. So, for example, we've got equality laws. So if your AI system is being unfair or biased towards someone based on racial discrimination, for example, it's sexist in nature, or there's some other form of discrimination, we already got laws to deal with it. If there's a privacy violation, we've got POPI, and it's there to deal with it. So whilst we may not have a bespoke law which speaks about artificial intelligence like they do in the European Union, we do have laws which do protect you. I once attended a talk by the former late EU Commissioner for Data Privacy, and he said lawyers should not concern ourselves with trying to mitigate the impact of AI. We should concern ourselves more with the negative impact of AI. And I think we've got a fairly sophisticated legal system to do that. So even in the absence of laws, it's not that you are without remedy or recourse if things go wrong. But also make sure, number one, if you are using your a third-party contractor, you've got a proper contract in place and you have properly apportioned liability. So that's recommended systems. Next is multi-payment options. Hollywood stuff for you. So if I wasn't enough, you've got Tom Cruise here. But ultimately, any retail platform or e-commerce platform comes down to payment of funds. And there's the rise of the fintech industry has seen lots of different payment mechanisms. Why do retailers adopt these? Because you want to reduce friction between yourself and your clients to conclude a sale. So the fact that someone may not have a credit card, you want to be able to give them an alternative method to pay. So you may offer them EFT, or as with these new fintechs coming to the fore, there's lots of new innovative payment mechanisms coming to the fore. There's a number of different types of payment options, and there's pros and cons attached to each option. I'm not going to go through each one with you in detail. The slides will be circulated, so you will see it in a lot more detail. But companies on the e-commerce platforms are starting to offer more and more payment options. So it's not just the traditional credit card. There's a myriad of payment options. What do you need to be aware of when you are implementing these payment options? Number one, just because that payment option is available in the market does not make that payment option legal. I've seen some really big retailers or e-commerce players in this country utilize certain payment mechanisms on their websites, and I look at that payment mechanism and I say, there's no way this payment mechanism is legal. It is legal. Why? Because number one, it violates the banking terms of use. It allows you to input, for example, your banking password, which means you're sharing your banking password with a third party, which means you're violating your banking terms of services. It may result in copyright infringement. And again, with different tools, there's different risks attached to it. And as the fintech industry rises and more solutions come to the fore, always ask your service provider, your fintech provider, how legal is this? Do you have a legal justification? So can you produce, for example, an opinion from a credible lawyer or law firm or advocate to say this is legal? Or contractually, you may want to implement warranties and indemnities to protect yourself because you really don't want to be using something that's illegal on your website. You sit with the ultimate reputation risk for doing so. So just because there's a product out there or payment mechanism out there does not mean that that is necessarily legal. So make sure you interrogate these, you build in place proper warranties and indemnities, and you've got proper sound contracts in place. Next section is augmented reality and virtual reality. I'm going to start with a very short clip. Let's hope it plays. Yeah, apologies, it's going to... Brilliant. So I assure you, we haven't been paid by either Sephora or Garnier to put up their ad. But this is a real great example of the power of virtual reality. And more companies are starting to introduce these type of systems. So whether it's Sephora allowing you to basically try and make up, whether it's a car manufacturer allowing you to customize your vehicle on their website, or a company like Cgcsa allowing you to take a space, a photo of your lounge or whatever it may be, and then putting different furniture pieces. These are becoming a reality, and there's lots of different products coming to the fore. In some way, I mean, this leads into the metaverse, which I said I'm not going to speak about because we have covered it in previous years. But there's lots of use cases around augmented reality and virtual reality. There's virtual try-ons, virtual showrooms, interactive product virtualization, as we've seen now, virtual events and experiences, and it has a number of benefits. I won't go through the advantages with you, but from a legal perspective, it does raise a number of issues. I look at that Sephora tool alone. I mean, I've picked up at least 7 or 8 different legal issues, everything from which model did they use, do they have a contract in place, how do they ensure that their model is trained on a sufficiently diverse range of people? Because if that model was trained, for example, in Scandinavia with people who traditionally live in Scandinavia, it's very different to somebody, a model that's based at the tip of Africa, where we've got a much more diverse population. So, all these things, things around bias and how you train your AI models, all of that comes to the fore. Then there's also contracting. So the lady in the ad, did they have a permission? Did they have a contract with her? Do they have a contract with her to continue to use her? the service, then who developed that model? How did they get their color palettes right? What happens if there's errors in that model? What happens if something goes wrong? How does that model link in then to your payment space or to your purchasing decision? How does that then tie in with your obligations under the Consumer Protection Act and your obligations under ACTA? How does that lead into your payment method? So there's an entire chain of legal risk. It's not to say that legal will be red tape in introducing something like this, no. But when you do consult with legal early enough, you will be able to do so with the comfort that nothing is going to go wrong with this. If the technology goes wrong, I mean, that's a separate issue that we deal with contractually, etc. So be aware of, there's a myriad of different rights or different types of risks. We are closing on time, so I'm just going to go through the last slide very quickly, and this is voice commerce. So more and more companies are starting to integrate voice prompts into the shopping experience. Domino's Pizza, for example, has integrated with Alexa, and you can order your pizza just by asking Alexa to do it for you. And Walmart has a similar system. I think Amazon has a similar system. And all of these are examples of integrating voice prompts into the shopping experience. So you may prompt your voice assistant to say, find me a blazer for a seminar that I'm attending next week. And it will start making suggestions, or it will do the shopping for you. So like this is coming to the fore. But again, it raises lots of different risks from a legal perspective, everything from encryption and data privacy to consumer protection to fraud prevention to contractual obligations. So be aware of these risks. The key taking from, or the third key taking from today, I said the first one, number one, don't say Poppy. You can't do it because of Poppy. Number two, I said, call me if you've got any issue, or message me or WhatsApp me. And the third thing is that don't view legal as red tape. Legal is there to protect you. And if you've got a legal counsel who says no to everything, then that's not the right legal counsel for your business. They must find a way to make things work, because there's always a way. There's always a way around a law. And that's what, well-trained lawyers do for a living. They show you how to run your business, achieve your business objectives, but still comply with the law. So I hope you've enjoyed today's presentation. Probably, as I said, every time you see the word challenge, in my mind, don't look at it as challenge, look at it as opportunity, but always think risk as well. But in thinking risk, don't allow risk to cripple your business, because legal is not meant there to cripple your business. It's meant to make your life easier, help you sleep better at night, that you've done all the right things. So then when you do launch these brilliant products and offerings to your clients, you can rest assured that the money is going to come in. There's no real risk to you, and you've done all the right things in advance. So if there's no questions, I do thank you for your time today. I think I'll hand over to Jocelyn.
Thank you so much. I'm sure there are questions,
Okay.
but we have sort of lost a lot of time today. So can I suggest perhaps that we take the lunch break, much anticipated lunch break, no doubt, but try and sort of keep it to 30 minutes or so, grab a bite, it's all ready for you outside, and then come straight back in. And perhaps if Redwan would be kind enough to hang around during lunch,
Sure.
if anyone has questions for him, you can try and sort of corner him between bites, and you can answer questions that way.
More than welcome to. Please do connect with us on LinkedIn, always on LinkedIn. We love to hear from our clients. We always say we're not those lawyers who charge for every phone call and every message. If you've got a problem, WhatsApp me, send me a message on LinkedIn, give me a call. Calls are a bit difficult for me to get hold of me, but WhatsApp works brilliantly. Members of my team are also available. So there's Shaista at the back, is Savan there, and Alex, I'll ask them to stand up. But they're also available to take any questions that you may have during the break. Thank you. Thank you.
Um, I hope we've all had a decent break. My name is Balindile Shezi, and it is lovely to be in front of all of you today. I stepped in and out of the presenters before me, and I am pretty much trembling because my heavens, the boots I have to fill now. Um, but be that as it may, fortunately, this is a topic that is near and dear to me and pretty much my bread and butter. So I'm hoping that I can share something that is going to be of value to you today. Right? I am an interactive soul. So I prefer to take the question as and when they arrive. I know that we are slightly behind time and they've threatened to truncate my time. But for me, it's less important for me to finish what I have to say to you than it is for me to answer as much of the questions that you've come here with. So that's the priority today. I'll try and take some routine breaks now and again. But when passion overrides, I might be quickly. So please just raise your hands. There are no formalities about this session. Okay. So there's been a lot that has been said about these regulations, which is really what I understand you want to hear about today. But this has been a long journey. So I just started to do a recap of how do we find ourselves where we are today and all the work that has happened. Many of you may have even gone as far as making your own written submissions following from the past iteration of the regulations. So this all starts in 2018. In 2018, two things are happening. There is another proposal to amend the Employment Equity Act. And there are some of the amendments which have already been implemented, but one of those remnants is an introduction of numerical sectoral targets in aid of attaining equity and in the form of affirmative action redress in the Employment Equity Act. Accompanying those proposed amendments is also some proposed amendments to the regulations that existed at the time. So it's nothing new to have regulations that work hand in hand with the Employment Equity Act. But the issue of numerical targets was a controversial one. So eventually, there's a lot of discussion until we get to 2022. In 2022, I beg your pardon, the president signs the Employment Equity Amendment Act. Okay. But there are no regulations to be spoken of. But he doesn't issue a commencement date. What does that mean? In my mind, at least, that the amendments in that particular Amendment Act have not yet come into play. We are still waiting for the commencement date. What is one of the key features of the amendments? It is Section 15A. What does Section 15A do? It empowers the Minister of Employment and Labor to implement regulations following consultations. These regulations are the regulations we are talking about today, which is those that set the sectoral targets for the purposes of employment equity, so affirmative action, if you will. So we see this, and as lawyers, we get all kinds of excited because in 2023, here comes this draft regulations, but we're like, but hang on, the president hasn't said that the act that empowers you to implement these regulations and to do these consultations in aid of these regulations, it hasn't started. So pray tell, what are you doing? But what we say to our clients, and what I say to my clients is, this is a very important topic. So whether it has been done properly and it's properly empowered, every opportunity that we have to engage with the department, to influence what these targets will ultimately be, should not be an opportunity lost.
And so many of our clients, probably many of you as well, make written submissions either directly as employers or as part of an employers association or as part of councils like these ones. This is pretty much what happened throughout most of 2023. Whilst this is happening, some of you may have seen, Solidarity lays a complaint at the ILO. The ILO is the International Labour Organization, and South Africa is a signatory, so there they go. And it results ultimately in a settlement agreement, which is facilitated through the CCMA. Now, this also attracts a fair amount of media attention. We, the lawyers, we look at it, we're like, oh, something big's happening, something big's happening. We look at it, we're like, oh, okay. There's nothing new under the sun. Essentially, the terms that ultimately became part of those settlement agreements were that the implementation or affirmative action is a nuanced thing, so there should not be rigidity about it. That was the law, we knew that. It is that no employment may terminate because as a consequence of affirmative action. We also knew that. What we knew is that you can prefer to appoint, to promote someone in service of affirmative action, but certainly the law has never permitted, and in my mind, the regulations have never sought that persons will lose their existing jobs in service of affirmative action. So we understand why that finds itself in the settlement agreement. And it then also has a host of other issues which can be used as a justification. And again, all of those things were things that we've seen in various parts of the code of good practice in previous regulations and in terms of just how the law on affirmative action has been developing. But what is important is that that settlement agreement was also then gazetted. I apologize. I always knew something that this would happen. And here we are. So can you still hear me? Perfect, thank you. All right. So after all those consultations, there's a lot of silence until February this year, when the second iteration of the regulations are published, and this is a second round now of invitation for people to make written representations. I just want to get a sense of the room. Have any of you participated in submissions, whether through your own companies or through an employers association or any other formalized body in making written submissions to any one of these regulations? Great. So that gentleman and that lady over there will be answering today's questions. Our views still stand. There is still in my mind a heavy cloud of whether or not all these lovely consultations that are happening are properly empowered in terms of the law. And we all know, and minister is a creature of statute, the minister only has the powers that have been given to them. But again, I say, every opportunity to engage with them is a good opportunity, so we'll see. We think that the government has been waiting to finalize these numerical sectoral targets, and so that it can then ultimately but give a commencement date to the Enabling Act, which is the Employment Equity Amendment Act. And once then that becomes law, we will then see if there are any employers are feeling brave enough to challenge it. But I suspect there may be one or two, and the question of whether the minister has been acting ultra vires, it's just a fancy Latin term we lawyers like to throw around for having acted outside the scope of her powers. Okay, so this heavy cloud we think still lingers amongst this particular process. Yeah. Maybe let me pause here for a moment and see if there are any comments or questions. Great stuff. So what do these regulations mean? So we'll remember in the first iteration, there was a particular breakdown of the designated groups in accordance with the different races. Also then the breakdown in accordance with the different job categories. What the regulations seek to do is to limit the impact of the sectoral targets, or rather the requirement for employees to incorporate the sectoral targets to essentially the top 4 job categories, if you will. So top management, senior management, professionally qualified persons, and skilled technical persons. Why is that? We think that if one looks at the speed at which affirmative action redresses have been happening, it's been slowest in those particular ranks. And that's why the government is trying to put in some guidelines and some guidance and to just tighten up the law a little bit so that there can be what is in acceptable progress within those ranks. Okay. So you will see that, or you may have already noted that in this set of regulations, the department or the minister has not sought to break down exactly what should be the target for each race within the designated groups. So what they've now said is, for the designated groups, we think that the target that you should be going for in the next 5 years is X. How then that becomes broken down must be with reference to the EAP. Which EAP, you will ask, because there's been a lot of controversy. Is it the national EAP? Is it the regional EAP? Is it a... So what they've said is, if you are a designated employer, and just to pause, the designated employer used to be referenced by 50 employees, or if you had a particular turnover and there was a schedule. That part of the turnover now goes away. So basically, in order for you to be a designated employer, you must have 50 or more employees. If you have 50 or less employees, you can breathe. You laugh, but I can literally see like, oh, okay. Okay, so if you're a designated employer, what are we asking of you? The law is saying you must set your targets with reference 1 to the sectoral targets. And when you are setting them, also plus overlay that with the EAP, plus overlay that with the workforce profile, your workforce profile. Okay. And they say, please don't be scared of looking at our targets, because when we were doing these targets, we actually took the EAPs, national, regional, provincial, into account. We also looked at each sector's workforce profile, including the availability of skills. And guess where we got that information from? Because they looked at the latest numbers and they say they looked at the submissions that we as employers would have made in 2022. And so they're saying we actually take some comfort. We have not sucked this out of our thumbs. So this gives a little bit more, I think, background and some more meat to all the questions, or rather seeks to answer some of the questions that we had when we first saw the first draft regulations. Right. So then the question that arises, what happens if I have employees in more than one province? Do I use the national EAP? Do I use the regional or provincial EAP? So they say if you have more than one employee, you have a choice. I mean, if your employees are present in more than one province, you have a choice. You can elect to use the national EAP, or you can elect to use a provincial EAP. But which one? Because I have I'm in the Western Cape, I'm in Gauteng, I'm in KZN. They say you look to the province where you have the majority of your employees. So if you are then saying, I'm going to be guided by the provincial EAP, you are then now going to look at your workforce spread across the Republic, and then you got to identify the province where most of your employees are located, and then that's the EAP that you're going to be guided by. What you certainly can't do if you choose to go provincial is pick and choose. We're all together so far. Perfect. Then how will this be measured? Because I've spoken about the 5-year target. They say for measurement purposes, and when you set your goals, you still must set your annual goals. And your annual goals, you'll be measured annually. And your annual goals must be set in preparation or in an effort to achieve the 5-year plan. So you are setting your goals towards the 5-year target. And that's how they'll measure you. So I suspect when they look at our employment equity plans, they're going to look at how we are faring against the numerical targets, whether we are seeking to achieve them. And those of us who will be seeking to achieve them, I suspect there will be tick one happiness. And then you're going to say, well, year by year, are you actually setting yourself up for incremental growth, or are you just hoping that in year 5 you'll wake up and things will be great? Okay. And as they measure us incrementally, they're going to be seeing us, are we coming along in that incremental year on year, as we have sought to achieve? So I think that's the first way that they say they're going to be looking at it. What then they are going to, in my mind, also then do is look at where it is that we say we can't achieve these particular goals, and whether or not we have a justifiable reason. They've given guidance as to what these justifiable reasons can be. And it ranges from insufficient recruitment opportunities, insufficient promotion opportunities, insufficient target individuals from the designated groups with the relevant qualifications, etc. So the one thing that I do like about it, to the extent that the data they've given is reliable, is that they actually said, we've actually gone ahead and looked at you in 2022, so we have a sense of what this means. And then they've given the sectoral target number. But that's not to say that if within the sector, there's multiple sectors that have nuances, that you can't then raise all these other lovely things in justification. So there's got to be a sense of reality about it. And what we've always said, even long before these regulations came about, is when you are doing your employment equity plan, please try and be reasonable about it and root it in reality. Because one of the reasons that you can certainly set yourself up for failure is if you have this massive, grand plan that you actually just cannot, in reality, with all the best intentions, and having expanded all the energy that you must, of course, expand, achieve them. So as you do these plans, have a look at that. And when you say you can't do it and you cite the reasons, my recommendation is that keep a file of every single fact that you rely on to say that actually there's been insufficient recruitment policies. So for the HR folks amongst us, what are we doing? We are saying these are the job profiles. I have not had I've got a high retention rate. In the past year or 5 years, wherever it is, I have not had a single vacancy become available. Then you can say, I have not had any recruitment opportunities. We have a relatively flat structure, and promotion only really occurs in our organization upon the retirement, resignation, or death of an employee. We have been fortunate none of that has happened, and therefore there's been no opportunities for promotion. You can rely on CCMA awards or court orders to say, we thought we had a position become available. We were about to recruit for it after the termination of the employee's employment, but they took us to the CCMA, they took us to the labor court. We've been ordered to reinstate them. We actually had an affirmative action plan, and we had particular positions that we thought we can assign as a priority for affirmative action. They took us to court. The court said, no, you can't do that. We had a massive merger and acquisition, and there's been a transfer of business, and we've inherited this other business that's now part of our organization. It has severely diluted our numbers. There is business economic circumstances that just make us unable to service this particular target at the moment. But when you say that, and again, please keep the information, the evidence, because that's how you're going to get across the line. And if there isn't that, then ask yourself, do you really have a business economic circumstance? My sense of it is every time that there's a major development in the employment equity front, the Department of Labor has a lot of energy, has a lot of zeal. So for the first few years, there's going to be a few, I say few very loosely, really probably a lot of energy, and we're going to see a lot of labor inspectors interrogating our employment equity plans, our employment equity reports, etc. So I say, please just make sure that you do your due diligence, that you're armed with all the evidence if you are in a position not to attain the targets, or if you're in a position that you actually can't comply with these particular targets and set your plans in accordance to them from the get-go. So then they say to us, so what happens now that you've met the target for a particular designated group? They say, don't stop. Don't stop. What you certainly cannot do is you cannot regress. So now you've been setting your targets with reference to the sectoral numerical targets. They say now that you've achieved that, look to the economic active population and now set your targets with a vision of attaining that particular target. So those are some of the main principles that I thought were worthwhile sharing with you as to what has influenced how we found ourselves here today. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. That's just for the benefit of our colleagues at the back.
So what I wanted to find out, good afternoon, everyone, sorry. So what I wanted to find out is, what is it that our government is doing to assist with addressing the shortage of skills in specialized industries where we know that there is a specific designated group that specializes there? Because I don't think that there is an employer who wants or who does it intentionally that they don't meet their numbers, especially if they are working in a specialized industry. So definitely we all want to change our targets like rapid as possible, so that come the fifth year, you are compliant. In fact, you're compliant on the first year, but then we know that there's this reality that there is specialized industries where definitely the skills needs has not been addressed. And I'm talking specifically when it comes to sourcing. So then when we source, then we are forced to source in that specific designated group.
I'm so happy I'm a lawyer. And I'm so happy I'm an employer's labor lawyer. I don't know to answer the question. I'm not qualified to answer that particular question. But what I do know is that when we meet in forums such as this, when we meet in organized employers associations, these are certainly the questions that we ought to be placing to government. And also often sometimes we we don't take the opportunity to exercise the rights that we have with engaging on government. And if the reason then is that, listen, actually, dear government, you're not doing your part. We actually, as a private citizen, I'm talking about companies now, we've done our part. We've gone as far as offering bursaries, whatever it is, within the limits of our affordability and any other constraints that we have. We are now here and cannot advance this because you, dear government, has not done your part. And that's exactly what goes in. And that is absolutely an acceptable or justifiable reason for not being able to comply. But again, I say, when you're going to do that, what would be helpful is then to have the evidence, because the first person that's going to come knocking your door is a labor inspector. He's not a policymaker. He probably has a checklist. Yeah, I don't think you're going to have an ideological conversation with him with great success. Probably it's going to land you in, in a hospital with a stroke. So what you want to be able to do is you want to just pull out that file that says, these are, for this particular job category, these are the skills, or these are the positions that we have available. These are the skills, the qualifications, etc., that we have available. These are the degrees, etc. Sorry, these are the skills, the qualifications that you need to fulfill the job. These are the university degrees, if you're sourcing from universities, colleges, technical colleges, etc., if you're talking about artisans, whatever the variety is. And this is what you are producing. And this does not cut it. And there's no quick intervention that we can do to quickly upskill someone when they come out with that particular qualification. To the extent you can do that, I mean, and it sounds like a lot, but where you are able to do it, you won't end up as a test case at the labor court. And that's what you want to do. But you might not be able to help it, I see. You might not be able to help you, and you'll be the test case at the labor court. And let me tell you what your lawyers are going to ask you. Do you have this? Do you have that? And then you're going to be creating this file, but now under pressure and retrospectively. So that's the only benefit in my mind for that kind of proactivity to the extent that you can. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for that answer. Bali, can I just test something here?
Sure.
I know you said I'm glad to be a lawyer, but, but I can't help. I mean, me and Namsa are whispering, and maybe because we've come a long way, down this road. How many years?
It's been a
and
while.
you're still talking the basics. It really is a disgrace that as a country, we're still at the basic stages of employment equity and BEE in general. So, the answer you're giving now is great, but I found when it's the private sector actually saying it, it's almost seen as an excuse not to do something. So what is the role of lawyers going forward? For example, I would love to read a paper that's written by yourself and experts in your fields to say, so many years down the road, these are still the challenges that we're facing, and the following reasons. You can't have 43% unemployment in this country, and you still are battling with BEE, employment equity, and all sorts. You can't have the socio-economic challenges that we're having. And as a government, your mindset is not shifting, your priorities are not shifting, because I'm afraid 10 years from now, to be quite frank with you, we'll be sitting in this room saying the same things. I'll be grayer and my eyes won't see as good, but we'll still be talking the same type of thing. So what do we do in our individual corners to actually turn the tide so that we start having the right type of conversations? So when you look at government, to be honest with you, with all due respect, I don't think they're gonna change it. It's the educational institutions, right, that need to be saying we are 25 years behind as a country in a lot of professions. When you talk, I mean, the presentations that we had this morning, we're talking about digitization, where the whole world is going, whatever. When are we gonna catch up? I was sitting in a meeting earlier on and I wanted to download a file that said too big, and somebody said, "No, put it on we transfer." I said, "Put it on we what?"
We don't transfer that.
Do you understand? The skills are not there. So I'm gonna challenge the likes of you, ENS and others, to say, let's have the conversations at the right level, because you have clients that are probably, and even you, Namhla, in your law firm, right, that are possibly facing the same type of challenges. Let's elevate those conversations so that it's not the ones that are in the spotlight that are saying these things. I know you're also an employer, I know you're also an employer, but you can speak as an expert in this field so that we start talking to the right people with the right messengers. Thanks.
So, thank you. If you can just sit it behind you. So, when I'm not standing here under the scrutiny of the Law Society, I've got a lot to say about what you've said. That because, yes, I'm a lawyer, but I'm also a child of the Republic. And it impacts me. And as you said, yes, I'm a lawyer, but I'm also an employer. And as it so happens, these sectoral codes, including the BE ones, because they're trying to talk to each other, they also apply to us as lawyers. So the challenge that you throw to us, we are embracing. And I know a fair amount of employers that are embracing them. But here's a scary thing about, yikes, I think 2018, 2017, when this was still coming up and it wasn't quite up, I was at the Department of Labor, because if you don't have all your file and your evidence, some poor lawyer has to go and sit with the inspector because sending an email is just not gonna cut it. So I'm sitting there and I'm watching him and we're throwing things around because I'm still trying to lay the nice fertile ground so that I can actually have a favorable conversation, I'm hoping, with him. So I say, what's going on? He says to me, there are employers who would rather budget to pay the fine than take this seriously.
Yes.
And that's why it's part of what is informing these regulations. So should we, as the private sector, should we, as the public, embrace this and make it a struggle? If you're asking me in my non-lawyer body, absolutely. We have absolutely no reason not to do it, especially when we talk about the challenges, etc. But fortunately, I don't think you guys came to hear my ideological disposition here for the legal part of me, so I'm going to try and confine myself to that today. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to say exactly what you just said now, that for private companies, it's not a priority for them to train up anyone. They would sit, I worked in the petroleum industry, they would sit with someone who's 59 years old, who's about to retire, and they won't have someone who's doing succession, they won't do a succession planning to like groom up a younger person. So only when the person retires, then it's only then that they start waking up and thinking, okay, we need yes. And then yes, they would rather have that person as a consultant, give them more money when they could have trained up a younger person, someone who's from university, who's got a theoretical knowledge, but they don't have practical. So the private sector doesn't have any interest to employ or to train up anyone. The only hope for South Africa is the small businesses that like us here now. We can make a difference because whatever skill you have now, you can employ that young person, groom them up into groom them up and then put them in the industry, groom up more people, use maybe skills development levy to subsidize yourself, to pay them. You can employ 5 and then use the skills levy to pay them. You don't have to have money to pay them. You can apply for the skills levy.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm hoping, just for my own peace of mind and for my good night's rest tonight, that it is not as bleak as that, as absolute non-committal. I've seen good companies. But I don't think we can say that everyone has the same ambitions, and that's what this seeks to redress. And we'll see where it lands. Okay. So maybe let me give you a feel of what these targets look like. I'm hoping you can see it. I tried to fit too much on the screen, I'm worried. So just to give you a sense of it, so what I've tried to do is I've tried to draw on those industries which I think some of you here might belong to. There's about 15, 16 of them. So I'm certainly not going to try and give you a taste of everything. So what you have, you'll see there is that's the 5 years numerical target. You'll see the description of the categories that we're talking about. And you'll see that it just has gender, male, female, and then that it has designated groups. And it does not speak to how you break it up within the designated groups. But that requirement, insofar as our employment equity plans are concerned, has not gone away. That requirement, insofar as our reporting, our EA2s, our EA2s, EA4s, has not gone away. We still are required to pay attention to then how these designated groups are going to be constituted within our own workforces as employers. And that we still have regard to, as I said, the national EAP, the provincial EAP, availability of skills, etc., etc. So you'll also see that the numbers don't add up to 100. And there's a reason for that. They are not seeking to set quotas. They are seeking to set the minimum target that you must ascribe to. Okay. A colleague of mine ran the numbers, and they said that when they ran these numbers, they took a little bit of comfort because these numbers are not above what is said to be available in the, if you look at Cgcsa, if you look at the EAP, in those particular categories, taking into account skills, etc. Of course, there might be dynamics. You might be an outlier in the particular sector, or in the sector, there might be different, let's call it, classifications within the sector that introduce some form of nuance. But that's when applying oneself with a degree of earnestness into what is available then becomes important. Okay. So what you have, you see you've got 2 columns of designated groups. The first column is what the targets were in the first draft, which is 2023, following consultations for the financial and insurance activities industry. The second column is now what the targets are. And you'll see that there's pretty much been a drop in most of them following the consultations, with the exception of, does this thing even work? I've been told I can't move, but I've never been good in following instructions, so. So you'll see that but for, is it lasering? No. But for this, which has stayed the same, which is the total here, they've shifted for skills technical. They used to be asking 42%, and they're asking more, 47.6%. They used to be asking 46.2%, they've dropped down to 40.8%. So to your question, is there any accounting for the skills that are available? It appears that in some instances, they've taken into account what's been fed to them through the written submissions. Okay. So that is the financial insurance and activities industry. If you look at the manufacturing industry, pretty much nothing has changed. What they proposed in 2023 is what still remains in the draft today, except for the important nuance that they have not been specific to say, this is how you break up your targets for each designation of the designated groups. Okay. Wholesale and retail, trade, some of you might be there, they've lumped this together. I don't know whether we have any repair of motor vehicles and motorcycles, but if you are here, I might need to see you about a personal matter. So these are the targets here, and again, there's been no movement where these are concerned. All right. What is important, I think that is just worth mentioning. I just want to see if I picked it up. Okay, is there's a disability target. Now, maybe just to take a step back, what are these designated groups? I've been speaking about them on the assumption that they are well appreciated by all of us. But it is African, so Black, which includes Africans, Indians, coloreds, and any Chinese nationals that were in the Republic before the 27th of April, 1994, and qualified to be citizens of the Republic, but were not able to do so. Okay. So that's the one part of it. But it also includes disabled persons, or persons, and to use the proper definition of the Act, persons with disabilities. So with respect to persons with disabilities, there also is a target for that. And unlike the other targets which are set per job category, they say that you should aim for a minimum of 2% across your entire workforce. Okay, right. Now, whilst we're on the issues of persons with disabilities, perhaps let me just stop there and ask if there are any questions on, yes, ma'am.
So, apologies if I missed it. When does the 5-year term begin? And then secondly, good afternoon. My name is Tandia from L'Oreal. So I just wanted to ask, when does the term begin for the 5-year period? And then secondly, if we don't, or if organizations do not comply in the 5 years, is it still going to be as easy as paying a fine? Or is there going to be a more stringent way of making sure that compliance happens? Thank you.
I am going to fast track so that I can answer that question. She's screaming time. Again, I did say I'm terrible at taking instructions. But I will. So the fines still exist. So if you don't comply, you can expect a visit from the department. And if you don't take the corrective measures when they've asked you to do so, it can end up with you in court and you all over the papers and you pay the fine. The other measure that they have introduced, which is Section 53, is for persons who do business with the state. No, they won't. So there's a certificate of compliance that you need to get. And if you are not compliant from an employment equity perspective, affirmative action, or if you have broken any of the other rules, I will put it, of the Employment Equity Act, you will not get the clearance certificate. It's not quite called that, unless you have a justifiable reason. The justifiable reasons are, again, what I spoke to. Okay. So what is the government doing to those who are not as eager? Where they have exercise control, it would appear that that's going to be the carrot that they will use. I want to give you a little bit of good news. What is being lost with these amendments is that there is a tweak to the definition of persons with disabilities. What has been added to the mental impairment and the physical impairment, which has always been part of the assessment, is intellectual or sensory impairment. Okay, what is that? They don't give a lot of guidance, but it appears when we read from medical reports, etc., intellectual impairments will look at any disorder which does not allow you to be at the 100% functionality from an intellectual perspective. So I saw a paper that the doctors are also not all together agreeing with each other on this. I saw an article again the other day in the Economic Times, which said, actually, hey, ADHD is not a disability. But as to whether or not, but I want to be very clear about this two thing, and I'm very mindful of the lady who's about to cut my sound. It is not just the existence of a mental or sensory impairment, just sensory, anything to do with the senses, sensitivity to light, sensitivity to touch, sensitivity to smell, dust, etc. All those lovely things come in here. But, and I'm glad that there's a joke being passed in the front that says, then all of us are going to end up there. So I want to be very clear. It is not the mere existence of the impairment that results in you being a person with a disability. It has got to be the existence of the impairment, which when it interacts with the barriers to employment, to what is required of you to perform, causes you not to perform at 100% and causes you not to meet the challenges of your job. So to make a basic example, those of us who require glasses, contacts, etc. to see, we actually have an impairment, but we don't meet the definition of persons with disabilities because of how easy it is to redress. So had it been something more difficult to redress, so say for example, you are working in a mine and you need to wear safety goggles. Now, getting normal glasses versus getting prescription, so I call them goggles, I really shouldn't have, I think they call safety glasses, to get that, then that might start becoming an impairment. So just because a person has an ailment, it does not mean, or rather an impairment, it does not mean that they are a person with a disability. What makes it rise to that level is its interaction with the various barriers that may then substantially limit or prevent the advancement or the enjoyment of their jobs. Okay. But what is the good news? I said that good news and then everyone is just looking so somber. If we properly assess those and account for them, the challenge of meeting the disability numerical target of 2% might be more readily achieved. Because suddenly, if we do a proper assessment, we might see that we've been overlooking intellectual impairments, overlooking sensory impairments, and that actually helps us in those goals. Okay, again, 2% is not the maximum, it is the minimum. Please don't stop when you get to the 2%. Okay, I'm just gonna pause there. I know that people wanted to hear about the minimum wage, but I know I'm out of time, so except to tell you that there are conversations about what it's going to be next year, and that you must comply, and that there is a lovely case that just came out of the Labour Appeal Court that says in calculating the national minimum wage, you include contractual bonuses, not bonuses that are discretionary. So guaranteed bonuses you can include. Your contribution as the employer to the Provident Fund you can include. Okay. I've run out of time, ladies and gentlemen, but if you have any questions or wish to talk to me, I'll try and lurk around at the end of the session. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carmen Cornelius. She'll be speaking to us about labeling versus trademarks.
Sure.
Perfect. There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you've had a very long day and you've been bombarded with a lot of information. I'm going to try and keep it as practical and as plain and simple as possible. And just to let you know, this is the best part, obviously, of the whole day. So, I'm Carmen. I am a trademark practitioner and I have a special skill of dealing with trademarks and labeling where they intercept. And our team also has that lovely special skill. And it seems to be something that a lot of people overlook, not just attorneys, but also industry. So we just want to make you aware of this topic and how it can either cause your downfall or be something that you can use to your benefit. So, where do these two topics intercept? And that is in this gray area here in the middle, which is actually not so gray. So I'm here to make it very simple for you. For not just for trademarks, but for labeling as well, there are various regulations that come into play. So for trademarks on the registrability side and the enforcement side, as well as in terms of product labeling, the different regulations, and you'll see that there are different departments that regulate different products. And each of these sets of statutes and regulations have their own provisions that speak to trademarks. And sometimes they agree with each other and sometimes they don't. And we obviously want to find the middle ground of what works best, not just for you as the owner of the trademark, but also for consumers, people who are faced with these products in the marketplace. So we have the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, so that's the Trademarks Office, and they regulate trademarks, what is registrable, what is not registrable, all of those lovely things that I deal with on the daily. Then we have the Department of Health, and under them we have the Food, Cosmetics and Disinfectants Act that typically speaks to the more general labeling rules of what claims can be on packaging, what nutritional facts you need to put out, all of those things. And we are all very familiar with R146 and hopefully R3337 one day. No. An improved R3337. Then we have the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, DALROD, and under them it's the APS Act, and then obviously the different regulations specifically relating to meat, dairy, vegetables, those types of products. And then we have the Department of Trade and Industry with the Consumer Protection Act, and then we have the National Regulator for Compulsory Specifications, so your SANs and all of those lovely things that come along with it. And each of these pieces of legislation speak to trademarks and how they can be used. So let's take, and I know that there are people here from different industries, so it's not all food, but I think food is the easiest way to convey the message and show you how practically these things will pop up in your day-to-day life. So if we take the labeling regulations and look at R146, a claim is any written, pictorial, visual, descriptive, verbal statement, communication, representation, and you'll see there that I've put it in red, including a trade name or brand name. That means that your trademark is a claim. And then we look at a label. Again, the label includes your brand name. Same with the main panel that bears the brand name or the trademark. So a label is a form of advertising, and it's a piece of information that you're giving to the public, and they are going to use that label to gather certain information. And then you'll also see that most of the regulations, if not all of them, speak to restricted particulars. What are things that I cannot have on my packaging? And typically, if you have an incorrect class designation, that's one of the easiest ones to go by. I cannot call a product, you'll see later, butter, if it's not butter. So we're all very familiar. I'll get to that one later. And then again, we have certain GIs, geographical indications, like feta, Parmigiano Reggiano, certain wines, a wine of origin. If you put it on your packaging, your product has to be that. And if it's not that, it's misleading. So, and if it's in your trademark, then your trademark might be misleading. So then we get into claims, and I'm not going to read all of it. I'm sure most of you are very well familiar with what the regulations say. But for example, certain nutritional claims, health claims, those kinds of things are not permitted unless the product complies, the composition of the product complies. And the wording is quite, sorry, let me just go back for a second. You'll see that the wording is quite specific. It says that no nutrient content claim shall be worded in a way different from the prescribed wording, as in Table 1. So what does Table 1 say? If I have energy, I can either say it is a source of, or it is high in. Now, you come to me, you tell me, Carmen, I want to register the trademark inner source. And my tagline will be, fulfill your body. It's a play on words, fulfill. We all love those play on words, especially in trademarks. It's very catchy. And I want to use that little logo of the strong man that if you drink this drink, you'll look like a Greek god. I want to give you that impression. And what a lot of trademark attorneys miss is the overlap in these regulations. And I'll tell you, there's nothing on the register like inner source. Okay, register your trademark. You roll out, what happens? The department or its assignees send you a direction and they say, excuse me, you cannot use this because it's not in line with the regulations. And now you're angry with your trademark attorney because why did you not warn me? And that's where we come in. We're here, obviously, to give that guidance. So let's take inner source. It is a play on words on source of energy. In terms of these regulations, I can only say that something is a source of or high in energy if it complies with the conditions. If your product does not comply with it, you cannot use it. But you're also only allowed to use the specific wording, source of or high in. So inner source is already a restricted particular in terms of the regulations. So now you sit with a situation where you have this trademark and you cannot commercialize it because of this overlap. So that's just to give you a practical example of how trademarks actually also speak to the regulations. Again, with prohibited statements, you'll see a lot of them say, including a trademark or a brand name, including. So all of these regulations, and you'll find that most of them have very similar wording. They all speak to this, they all speak to the misrepresentation, or directly or by implication is also in the wording that you'll see there. And this is going to stop you from using your trademark because it's a restricted particular. So that's just the regulations in a nutshell. Now, in terms of the Trademarks Act, there are two specific sections under Section 10 that speaks to unregisterable trademarks. So we all know that if someone else has it, I can't use it. If it refers to state patronage, I can't use it. There's a lot of them, but the two most important ones that I'm going to highlight for you is 1012 and 1013. And 1012 says that a trademark which is inherently deceptive is not registrable, or a trademark that is contrary to law. It doesn't specify which law, contrary to law. And then we have 1013, where it says that a trademark which, as a result of the manner in which it has been used, would be likely to cause confusion or deception. And the key is also in likely. If I were to look at a trademark that's contained on a package, and I would likely think that inner source is going to give me energy, I'm likely causing confusion. And this specific section in the trademark, like in the trademark silo, has said that it relates to marks which by reason of the manner of their use have led or would lead to the expectations of the public being unfulfilled. If I expect to get energy from inner source and I don't, my expectations are unfulfilled. So that's just to give you an idea there of how these specific sections come into play. Now let's look at the examination guidelines. So the guidelines mention things like the Banking Act, certain things in terms of insurance, like using the word underwritten or whatever in a trademark for insurance. And then it also specifically mentions liquor products. And the Wine and Spirit Board should approve the label before it goes out. And they're also supposed to get a notification of your trademark. Now, if I take the trademark here, and I'm so sorry if it's yours, genigtig. It has the word gin in it, and it's also an Afrikaans word. It's a play on an Afrikaans word that includes gin. And now I file my trademark with a broad specification in class 33. And what that means is I'm claiming all alcoholic beverages. I want to use the trademark genigtig on all alcoholic beverages. What these regulations say is that you can't, because you can only have it limited to gin, because gin is defined in the liquor regulations as this is what it comprises of, and only a product that has the specific composition can be called a gin. So I'm hoping that you're seeing the overlap and how they kind of play into each other. So let me stand still on trademark registration or prosecution, as we call it. So when a trademark is filed, it goes through an examination. And the examiner has to look at whether your trademark is registrable, and they will look at not only what is on the register, but what is contained in Section 10, what is registrable and what is not registrable. And a lot of the departments have reached out to the Registrar of Trademark, and they are collaborating and they are working together to try and make sure that all trademarks comply with the regulations. So what's going to happen is the examiner is going to look at your trademark and say, okay, cool, it does not comply with the regulations, so you'll either get a refusal of your trademark or they'll ask you to give an undertaking to use it correctly. In use, you'll use it in terms of the regulations. And to avoid that happening, what we typically suggest is when you come up with a new trademark, send it to us. Let's look at it. Let's see, are there any pitfalls in your trademark that might come later, and now all of a sudden you have to either rebrand, which is a very costly exercise, or you have to pull your products from the shelves, which it's not good for a brand. It takes a while to get back into it. So that's where we come in. We protect you from that. So then we move on to enforcement. And these same sections can be used by your competitors, or you can use it against your competitors to oppose trademarks that are not that should not be registered. Or if it has proceeded to registration, you can rectify the register by removing it, either on the basis that you would have used in opposition, which is an entry wrongly made, or an entry wrongly remaining. So what happens a lot of times is we start defining products. So in certain regulations, like the raw processed meat regulations, you'll see that a boerewors is defined. And if it's not compositionally correct, your product, then you can't call it a boerewors. And it's there for consumer protection. And the other form that you'll find it in is in unlawful competition. And that is what happened in the Clovis Sequalo case that went to the SCA. So it's not just infringement or passing off. That's not just your own cause, the only cause of action that you can use if you are aggrieved by a competitor's product or a competitor is aggrieved by your product. That is, there's always a flip side of the coin. So let's have a look at the Clovis Sequalo case. Just stand still for a minute, and I think most of you have heard of it, read it, seen it, what's happening. So Sequalo has a product called butter spread. In terms of the regulation, a butter is specifically defined, and you can only call your product a butter if it is churned, containing animal fat, or not containing animal fat, vegetable fat, or marine fat. Like, it must be a specific composition. But then we get a modified butter, and that is, it has added foodstuffs in it, so it's not a pure butter. And although this packaging does have the class description on it, or the designation of a medium fat modified butter spread, the word butter spread, it's large, it's in charge, and it's giving me the idea that it's a butter. So the regulations, the dairy regulations further state that no registered trademark or brand name which may possibly directly or by implication be misleading or create a false impression of the contents of the container shall appear on such container. And as you all know, it ended, I don't want to say in tears, but it ended in a rebrand. And today the packaging complies. So on the flip side of the registrability of this trademark, you also have issues because in terms of the regulations, it's contra bono mores or contrary to law. And sometimes people wonder, how do these things pop up? In what forums do I address it? You'll find it in consumer complaints or competitor complaints to the regulator. You'll find it in inspection reports from the regulators or their assignees, where you get a direction and it says you have 10 days to fix it or else. And then you sit there and you're like, what do I do? So you'll find it like that. You'll find it in complaints or notices to the registrar of trademarks. It has happened where the department or competitors have sent notices to the registrar saying that, I just want to inform you that this trademark does not comply and this is how it does not comply. And then again, complaints lodged before the Advertising Regulatory Board. So it is important when coming up with trademarks to make sure that, number one, it's registrable as a trademark, but not just in the manner that we all think, but also in this way. Do you have any questions? Okay, your hand was up first, and then we'll take you. She's coming with the mic then.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Carmen, since, this is a dumb question, please forgive me. Since trademarks are territorial, right? And the world is now moving in the direction of globalization. I have a product in South Africa, I get a trademark for it, right? My product trends and some guy in Mexico, Sinaloa, registers a trademark in my brand name in North America and takes over the market, like the classic Marco Polo and Polo Ralph Lauren. How do you, is it possible to oppose it? For instance, like the Prime is trending in North America. Africa, I trademark the entire Africa Prime, you know, under my company.
Yeah.
And then I start producing my own Prime for the continent. Can you oppose it?
Okay, so trademarks are territorial, and it's always advisable that you file and register your trademarks in those territories where you are going, you foresee yourself going to. In certain instances, and certain countries make provision for what we call well-known trademarks under the Paris Convention. And that is, it's quite a burden of proof that you have to show. You have to show that Prime is not just well-known in South Africa, but it is also well-known in North America, to be able to rely on that. So usually we have a look at the specific facts, and we'll advise you and say, yes, we think we have good grounds to proceed, or no, unfortunately, in this territory, we don't. What we also have in Africa is first to file countries. So that means the first person to get a trademark on the register is the owner of that trademark. Doesn't matter how long you've used it in that country, doesn't matter how well known you are, it's literally, you must be the first to file. So when it comes to trademarks, I told my mentor I would say this earlier, but so he said, you put an electric fence around your house. Why don't you put an electric fence around your trademarks? So that is what we also assist with. We look at your market, we look where you want to go, we look at where you see yourself going, and we come up with a filing strategy, a phased strategy to assist clients to reach that goal, to stop someone from now catching whiff of what's happening in South Africa, and now I file it in North America. So in certain instances, yes, you can oppose it, and in other instances, we might give you the very unfortunate news that we'll have to rebrand in that territory. And then I'll come over there. We have the mic over here. Gentleman in the hoodie.
My question is there any department that you can file the idea? You write the idea and then you need someone to do business plan for you. So you give this person they steal your idea. So is there any play where you can protect your idea?
Yeah, idea. Okay. So I'm going to speak broadly about intellectual property, and that's the umbrella term. So under this umbrella term, we have trademarks, copyright, patents, design, there's know-how, there's different forms of intellectual property that you can protect. So in terms of patents, you have to protect the idea before anyone else knows about it. So for a patent to be protectable, it must be novel and inventive. So no one must have heard about it. You're not supposed to speak about it at a braai. File your patent first, and then you go talk to your friends about your great invention that you have. In terms of copyright, there's no copyright in ideas. So unless you've written it down, you've reduced it to material form, it's not protectable. But if you have let's say you created a logo, you drew it out, you have it, and then you show it to someone and they take it and they make it. Because you've reduced it to material form, you're the copyright owner, and then you can stop them on the basis of copyright infringement because you are the person that made this and not them. In terms of trademarks, it has to be a registered trademark to go on trademark infringement. Where you don't have a registered trademark, you can go on passing off. Again, that's a larger burden of proof because I now have to show that I'm well known in South Africa. The relevant public knows about me and they connect this trademark to me, or this logo, or the get up, or whatever it is that you're trying to protect. So in terms of passing off, it doesn't go into the specific word or the get up. It's more attached to your goodwill and your reputation that you're protecting. And that's why you have to prove this goodwill and reputation. So it does happen a lot where people talk about ideas and someone steals it. It would just depend, again, how you put up your electric fence to protect you against those types of infringements.
Okay. So I wanted to ask about brand mimicking. So sometimes you trademarked your logo, you've done all the right things, you took the right steps, but then here comes another brand, and then now you have a Nando's and Pedro's situation, right, where they 99% mimicked your brand, right? So in those situations, what do you do? Because at the end of the day, you're not Coca-Cola, you can't buy the color, the red shade of your brand, or like, you know what I mean? So I'm trying to know, like, as a small business, how can you protect yourself from brand mimicking?
Okay, so there are different ways in which you can protect the trademark. So we have the word mark, which is usually the broadest form of protection because it's in any style. Then we have the logo, which protects you for the stylized manner. Let's take Coca-Cola as an example, the way that Coca-Cola is written. What you can also do is file that trademark claiming specific colors. So if I use a specific Pantone red, I endorse my application with this Pantone red in combination with the color white or the color black, or however you use it. And then you claim specific protection for the color combination, because I mean, if I think of a red beverage, I immediately think Coca-Cola. So there are different ways in which you set yourself up from the get-go to make sure that those elements of your brand are very well protected. And it's very well known to everyone that if you are going to use the combination of red and white in relation to a beverage, you're going to get into trouble because this is my trademark. So you do find it that some people will mimic colors, and obviously it's very easy to piggyback off of a great name like Coca-Cola, but Coca-Cola set themselves up to stop people from doing that. And you have to actively take steps against people, because the minute that you leave it, then it becomes generic. Or the other side, let's say in 5 years' time, you want to stop them, they'll say, but I've been using this for 5 years, we've coexisted, and you've allowed your own trademark to fall within the public domain. So it's very important that when it comes to branding and the protection of your branding, that you're switched on. Set yourself up from the get-go correctly, and then you take it from there.
My question is, so I manage artists, visual artists, so painters. And as the analogy that you used with the electric fence around the house, being in South Africa, you have to have a wall and an electric fence and other security measures, a camera. So what are the steps? Is there step 1 to 5 from trademark, IP, copyright to protect an artist? So with artists, what we found is that obviously they draw and that there's a copyright there, but then there's the name. And then you'll find an artist has a common first name and a very unique last name. And then they say you can't copyright the first name because there's a lot of Jeffreys in the world,
Yes.
for example. So is there a tier system that one follows? And another thing is timelines, because I know IP patenting, all of that takes a lot of time. To start with one that's quick, and then the other ones are, you lodge them, you wait, and then it staggers from there.
Okay, so let me give you an idea of how the process would start. So typically, artists, we want them to be the artists and do the creative stuff, and then we'll come and we'll sort it out for you. So usually we'll start with a consultation, or you can send us an email if you don't want to talk to us necessarily, and just say that this is my brand, this is how I use it, what do I do? We look at it and we tell you, okay, we look at all of the different aspects that you can protect. So in terms of, let's say, copyright, let's say the artist commissioned another person to create a logo for them. It's a friend. The Copyright Act specifically says that the author is the owner. So the person who creates it owns it, and there are certain exceptions. In this case, a friend creating it for you, even if you paid them money to create your logo, the friend owns the logo. So step 1, have the ownership of the copyright transferred to the artist. And we usually do that by way of an assignment. Now I own my copyright, and in the interim, I can stop someone from infringing my copyright. Step 2, file a trademark application. And it's not a race, it's usually a marathon. It can get expensive because, if you have different ways in which you use it, like I said, there's different ways that we can protect it. So we set up a filing strategy. We say, okay, cool, let's get this. And before filing it, we'll obviously do a search, a registrability search, to make sure that it's available and there's no one else that has that. That can be done within 3 to 5 days in South Africa. And if it's abroad, it takes a little bit longer. And Africa, unfortunately, lead times can be quite lengthy, but we'll obviously inform you of those specific territories. Once the trademark's clear, we file the application. In South Africa, it will lie there for 8 to 10 months, then it will be examined. Once examined, they issue a report. You have 3 months to respond to the report. You respond to the report, then it gets advertised for opposition purposes for 3 months. If no one opposes, then it will proceed to registration. So all in all, we're looking at about 2 years in a smooth case for registering a trademark. In terms of patents, obviously, patent attorneys, we have one of those in our team. So speak to a patent attorney. They can file either a provisional if your invention is not yet finalized, or you're looking at funding, or all of these types of things, or you can go straight to the complete, file the complete, and there you have your patent. Patents are quite quick for now because it's not substantive examination. They only look at formalities. So that's how we get patent protection. And designs, obviously aesthetic or functional design. So that goes into how something looks. And then we can also file a design. Those are also quite quick. So it's an approach, and it's a journey that we take with you, with our clients, to say, okay, this is what you have. Even some of our big clients who keep on coming up with new things, or will look at stuff and will say, oh, okay, actually you haven't protected this, let's protect this now. So it's a constant evaluation of what your assets are, how you're using it, what are the developments in the company, let's protect it. And so it's a marathon, not a race. And that's what I would advise startups and artists, is when you start with it, set yourself up from the get-go so that you're protected, so that you don't, 5 years down the line, there's another person that has this, and now you have to fight, and it's not ideal. don't know what was.
It's me. My name is Namkla, and I won't say because I'm kind of like a competitor. But I've got a question, and I know today we've spoken about the barcodes and the global language, and I just wanted to understand, or at least maybe for the benefit of those who go and get barcodes and want to get move into 2D, that barcode in and of itself is seen as an intellectual, because once it goes through a scanner, it will kind of, it will identify to a particular product or person or
have
company.
information.
So now, what happens in an instance where that particular small brand company, right, or that particular product, gets bought by a bigger product, and they're the owners of the GS1 code? Let's say they bought their GS1 code. What are they supposed to ensure that they do to protect that GS1? So maybe let's say you only want to sell just a particular section, but you don't want to sell all of them. So which means that in the product market, you still want to keep your GS1 and you still want those codes to belong to you. But now a particular product line has been bought by a bigger company. Let's say, for argument's sake, Peri Peri. Like Peri Peri flavor, want to sell it off to somebody else. But you as Norox, I'm going to use Norox as a brand, but you don't want to stop. You as Norox, as the brand, already have a GS1 code associated to you. But that Peri Peri now belongs to, who else is there? Robertson. How would you say it's supposed to be? Where is the protection? Because the GS1 standards seem to suggest that in your M&A document, you have to specify that the barcode also forms part of the, also forms part of the sale. So how would you say, or what advice would you give? Would you say that it's standard? Like the minute I say intellectual property, it includes that. Or would you say, as an advice, no, specifically excluded? And if there was that case or that was an issue and one wanted to go to court, where are we in terms of protecting the GS1 codes in South Africa?
Okay. So in terms of something that's embedded into the code or that forms part of the barcode, when I scan it, this is the information that pops up. So the information is related to the barcode itself, and they cannot be separated. So that would be more in a commercial setting where I would think that the commercial agreement between the purchaser and the buyer would say that, the purchaser and the seller would say that, listen, either this code is included or it's excluded, and it would also be very dependent on what the standards say, what has to happen in terms of that. In terms of the IP that lies in the barcode and what it does, let's say the invention of the barcode or the idea of the barcode and what it does, that would be something more in the patent field where the idea is protected. But the actual information that's attached to the specific barcode that you bought, the GS1 barcode that you bought, it's now connected to Peri Peri, that I would have to think that would go either, it has to go together. You can't keep, for example, you can't keep the Peri Peri barcode and use it on a salt and vinegar barcode because it's not the same. Yes, it won't have the same compositional information and all of the information that the barcode's trying to convey. So that's what I would imagine. It would have to be set up in a commercial way where that transaction and the parameters of the transaction are clearly differentiated.
Can I clarify it further?
Yes.
So the barcode is like your ID, right? So when I go to Home Affairs and I take my fingerprint, there's only going to be only one Neo Momodu, hopefully. So not today. Yeah, there was somebody else this morning, so she noticed this, but that's not your setup. I thought, oh, okay. So each product has got a unique identifier, right? So Coca-Cola bottles that are Coke. Coke will do Fanta, will do Valpre, will do everything. Each of their products has got a different barcode. So they buy a set of barcodes, and they'll say this one goes to a Coke. They will never be duplicated elsewhere. So if somebody was to acquire Coca-Cola as a company, what you're saying is absolutely right. They buy everything that has to do with those things. So just because something is peri-peri, it doesn't mean anybody else who produces peri-peri gets the same. It's unique to a supplier. So your competitor who also does peri-peri sauces have got to get their own. Do you understand? So you could never duplicate them, and nobody else will have a similar barcode to you. So that's how it works. It's like your ID. You can't say, Habi, you're traveling, use my passport. No, it's yours. Yeah.
If only. I would take the idea of a very wealthy man and say that I am him. Open some accounts.
Thank you so much, Cornelius. I just want to find out, can one submit what we have trademarked for you to review? And then two, is it okay if I send out proposal and I put a copyright disclaimer at the bottom? Reason for this is I once shared a revised program, but later on somebody registered as theirs, but they've changed the names, but the content is still the same. So I just want to find out, do I still have a claim because that a proposal was shared on the email, but it didn't have the disclaimer on it?
So you don't need the copyright disclaimer for copyright to subsist. And that's the nice thing about copyright, is the minute that you sat and you wrote the proposal, as the words appeared, you became the copyright owner thereof. So it subsists automatically. You don't have to register it. You don't have to do anything specific to make it yours. The copyright notice that usually you'll see in things, it's a cautionary thing. I am informing you, I am the copyright owner hereof, and this piece of work is subject to copyright. So it's very good if you can include a copyright disclaimer saying that you are the owner. And then in terms of them taking your copyright, you have that email where you sent them the proposal. So that will form part of your evidence to show that this is my copyright, they stole it, they're using it, therefore they are infringing. There will also be other evidence that you'll have to submit on how you created it, who's the owner, because it is something that comes automatic. There's a little bit more that goes into a copyright claim. And that's, for example, setting out, how did I create it? When did I create it? What was the creative process? Those types of things will go in there, and obviously your email sending it to this person who's now just using it in their own name. And then on your question of the trademark, we would be happy to review your trademarks to make sure that it's in line with whatever regulations may apply, and not just that it is available for use.
Hi, Carmen. So I just would like to technically understand something with trademarks. So with the different asset classes, right? If I apply for my trademark hypothetically in South Africa in 5 asset classes, right? And I then find that I need to move to America, for example, and I find that the trademark exists, but outside of the 5 that I apply for, can I technically still carry on and apply for the 5 in the States because it technically doesn't exist in the asset class that I want? Is that doable?
So it would depend. Lawyers' answers are always, it would depend. So let's take, for example, class 5 and class 10. So class 5 is pharmaceuticals and class 10 is medical devices. And there's a connection between the two. So let's take a Pfizer could make medication and they could make medical devices. So if you were to take Pfizer, hypothetically it doesn't exist in the US, it's not a US company. You hypothetically take Pfizer to the US and you find that there's a Pfizer trademark in class 25 for clothing. Then you should be fine. Then you should be able to use it because the goods and services are completely unrelated. But if there's a Pfizer in class 44, which is for like medical services, then they might say that Pfizer, the medical services, are connected to Pfizer, the medications. Therefore, there might be confusion that the goods emanate from the same source. So Pfizer then like expanded into pharmaceuticals or whatever. So that's the type of things that we usually consider. So even though things are in different classes, the classes might be related. And we also look at those related classes, especially when we do searches, to see that there's not anything lurking that we're not aware about. But if it's completely different, I won't confuse Pfizer medical services with Pfizer clothing, then it should be able to coexist.
Good day. In terms of the patent that you were referring to, and you mentioned aesthetics can be one of the things that actually goes into that. So can you patent a recipe?
That's an interesting one we get.
Because I'll tell you
yeah.
why, because everybody, I mean, if you Google, you can find a ginger beer, what do you call it, recipe, right? But now it is the how we've made it that is now the issue. Well, not issue,
Yes.
but it's
Yeah,
like
it's
our
what you want
exactly.
to
So
protect.
it's like it's our selling point, our unique selling point. So is that something to patent?
So again, it would depend. So let's take KFC as an example. KFC has a very specific blends of herbs and spices, and nobody knows what it is. And that is a very well-kept trade secret. Same with Coca-Cola. Very well-kept trade secret. How is it made? What is in it? And had they registered a patent, they would only be able to monopolize it for 20 years. And in 20 years, someone else can take your patent, they can read it, they're like, okay, cool, this is how you make the product. I'm going to make the exact same product. So it would depend on what is this process that you're using to create the product? Is it worth it to register it as a patent? Or is it worth it to keep it a trade secret? Yes, because then if it's a trade secret, no one will ever know. And 40, 60, 100 years down the line, you have the right there too. So that's something. But when it comes to trade secrets, you need to protect the trade secrets as well. And the way that you do that is non-disclosure agreements, a tight employment agreement that includes it. Yes.
I work with my sons, and he always laughs when I say to him, I'll take you to the cleaners if any girl pillow talk and you let out the secret,
Yes.
I will kill you. So can I make him sign?
You can absolutely make him sign.
I should.
Please do make him sign. Guys, so when it comes to friends and family and business, it's not friends and family. Business is business. Friends and family are friends and family. We've seen ugly things. So I know it's going to sound weird if you go to your son and you're like, please sign this document, but it's the best way. Yes. So that's the gist of it is protect your IP in all of the aspects of your business. It's not just the filing of a trademark. It's not just the registration of a patent. It's having it in your employment agreements, having it in your agreements with directors even, because as a director, I'm going to leave and I have so much knowledge of this business and so much knowledge of this. It's all part of your confidential information, your proprietary information. So please, there's so many experts in ENS, not just in the IP department, but in CorpCom and all of the other departments, employment department, that can also help you to identify these risks and set you up in a way to make sure that you're solid.
Thank you. We have an online question, Chantal.
So the question is, can a company trademark a name of a product that has been in use by another company for 2 years before the trademark is filed?
Okay. So South Africa follows a first use principle. So if I was the first one to use it, I have prior rights. So I'll have to prove that this company has to prove that 2 years prior to you, I used the product. If you register the trademark and the other company did not apply for the registration of their trademark and you get it through, no objections, no nothing, and it's registered, then you will never be able to stop the company that used it prior to you. They will have to continue using it, or they could come and rectify the register or oppose your trademark. So there's different ways that it could be addressed, or you could coexist for many, many years and there will be no confusion. Does that answer your question?
It's an attendee online, so I'll wait for a response. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Is there any other?
Good day, everyone. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. My name is Mercedes. I'm into water purification products, fixing and supply. So most of my products, I get them from China, and some of them are not branded. Can I brand them here when they come here? Can I trademark them? And if so, what's the process? Thank you.
So if it happens a lot where people import products and then you brand them here, it happens, let's say the fashion industry, it's called a white label. So I'll buy a bunch of t-shirts and Nikki Boutique will have the t-shirt and someone else will have the t-shirt, but on the inside it has their specific brand. So you can brand it in South Africa. The only thing that you need to be aware of is when you brand it, you must look at the SANS codes saying that the product, or if the water comes from, if it's not just the bottle, if the water comes from China, then you have to say made in China, and there's different things that you have to put on the product, so that, like the country of origin and all of these things, so that a consumer knows this is the product that I'm getting and this is where it's coming from. So that would be the most important part for people who import product.
Can I just say something? That's a very Sorry, I think this is a very important question. It's got so many layers to it.
Yes.
So I'd have to ask you, did you vet the manufacturer that you're getting the product from? We have a lot of cases in the last few weeks of people dying from ingesting things. And part of it is because we don't know what is in the products, right? You can't trace it to source. So you go back to China, you can't even find that manufacturer. They've changed addresses, whatever. You're going to be held liable because you should have known what is in it. Do you have a testing place here, a lab or something that can verify what is in that thing? So I think we really need to be careful about who we import from. So one of the things that we're doing as GS1 Cgcsa, specifically with China, we're entering into agreements with China because we're seeing a lot of products. There's GS1 China. If a company comes from China and they're not GS1 verified by GS1 China, it raises our suspicion as well, because with GS1, it doesn't matter where you come from. There's 118 countries and China is one of those countries. So if they're legitimate, then they would have gone through the GS1 process in that jurisdiction. So just please, because then you come here, you want your product to make it to shelf here, because that's because unless you've got a very big house where us can come as consumers to buy from you, you're gonna want it to go to retail. And the only way it will go to retail is if you give them the assurance of safety standards. So let's all be careful about where we buy from.
keep it because I think we're going to
Good.
close. I mean, I think the point Nao is making, which is the correct one, is I think there's a difference between the IP issues and then the sort of substantive legal standards issues associated with that. I'm going to say thank you very much. I think that was
Thank you.
obviously lots of interest in the room.
Thank you. I'll also be around if anyone has more questions. Yeah, feel free. Oh yes, here's my email address if you have any questions about where trademarks and labeling,
Right.
where they cross over.
Thank you. So I.
GS1 also applies to arms. It also applies to mining products. It also applies to anything. Any product that can be sold and or manufactured and can be sold, you have to be able to identify it, right? So it's not just food. It's just that food now is a problem, but any product that makes it to market, including clothes. Tate Makaful, I know you have to leave. I'm thanking you for actually staying. I'll talk about you in your absence.
All right. So I think it remains for me to say that I'm glad we made up most of the time, right? I would like to thank you all for your attention, for your interest, for all of the questions. I think it's been a very good day. I hope everybody learned a lot. As you can see, each of these topics can probably take up a day, right, on their own. And in fact, we do within ENS a number of sort of training sessions, full day seminars. You know, this year was a selection of topics. Next year will be a completely different selection of topics. So make sure to reply to Tabang when he puts it out there as to, you know, what your interests are. On that note, I would like to thank Tabang and the team from Cgcsa, as well as Taryn and the team on my side. Thank you so much for putting this all together with almost no mess, no fuss, no stress on our part. So really massive, massive thank you from us, as always. Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues, the speakers, who did an outstanding job, as always. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. Thank you for answering all of the questions and giving of your time. I really, really appreciate it. And finally, thank you to Cgcsa. Our long-standing partnership has been a delight for me personally, a delight for the firm, and long may it continue.
And from my side, you know, equally thanks to everybody and for making your time and taking, you know, time out of your busy schedule. We are here as the Consumer Goods Council, and I'm sure the same applies to ENS Africa. It's a partnership that just doesn't, it's you as well. We've shared a lot of knowledge. Should you wish to have more information during the breaks, people have been coming up to us and say, how do I register my product? Tabang is there. You know, I'm Neo, it's easy, neom@cgcsa.co.za. You contact us and we will be able to help you. Let's work together to fight the scourge of illicit and counterfeit. And I really would like for all of you, there's this campaign that we've rolled out, started on Monday the 11th. It's called Check Riding Rekamagoya, which means check that thing, buy the real thing. So we've been all over the media, community radio stations in particular. You will see it all over town, even here in Sandton on billboards. I would like for you, when you are in your spare time at home, download the My Cgcsa app. And that app is an app that will enable you to, when you check the barcode, it will prompt you and then it will give you pictures where they exist. And this is to our members. Please, when you don't have all the attributes of your products, can you follow that process with us? Give you the picture of the app and the manufacturer. So if you've got a can or a bottle of water, right, and it shows as Simba chips, then you know that it's not an authentic product, and then it prompts you to go and say, if you suspect, you can report. There's an 0800 014 856 number that you can call to report any suspicious products. And we're working with law enforcement just so that we start clamping down on all of these things. So we are here to help you. The township economy bill, that's the spaza bill that they want. We are here to provide you that service. And Tabang sitting there, looking very dapper in his suit today. He hardly ever wears a suit. You did something right, Jocelyn, today. So he's here to be your contact to help you. Thank you very much. And until we meet next year again, thanks, Jocelyn and your team.
Thank you.